the dissemination of this historical legacy and build a regional architecture that's more inclusive, more just, resilient, and oriented to well-being and improving the life conditions of our people. Those that are following the program online will probably see some changes, some modifications in the original program because we greet two colleagues that have joined us in this table. We will present those that are accompanying me in this dialogue to then give them the floor for their interventions. First of all, I'll name them in the order of their presentations so that you are able to identify them. First, we have Enrique del Barrio. He is the Vice President of the Bolivarian Society of Panama and President of the Commission of the Bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama. Enrique, thank you for joining us at the very last minute. Let's give him a warm hand and also for each and every one of our speakers. Once again, Carlos de Coraman was unable to attend, so Enrique, I don't know if in some countries we call them, he's coming to replace him. So I present him the apologies to him for not having too much time to prepare his intervention, but we are confident that his knowledge will enrich in this table. And second, Maritza Lazo, historian from the Research, Historical, and Anthropological Research of Panama. Thank you, Maritza, for joining us to this dialogue, to this table. And third, we will have Lucia Mesa. Thank you, Lucia, representative of CAF in Panama. Enrique, Maritza, and Lucia. The three of them will help us with this dialogue to recover what happened during these days and weeks of June, July of 1826, what is in what is now Panama, see what occurred, how it resounds today, what happened in the 19th century, the ties between this proposal of Bolivar for Latin American integration and the so-called Monroe Doctrine, which is quite contemporary to the Congress. It dates closer to us, but linked to the Congress. And nowadays it also has its effect in the region. And the current president of the United States has attributed a corollary in how the U.S. has relationships with Latin America and the Caribbean. Also to be able to analyze processes linked to regional integration, a political, social, economic, and cultural integration during the 20th century and open ourselves up to the challenges of the 21st century to be able to think on the production of critical knowledge, critical mindset, a transformative mindset that acknowledges shared identities and diverse identities based on common values of justice and sovereignty to be able to think about the challenges of regional integration in the current crossroads. So I will now open the floor to the interventions. Our three colleagues, our three um, scholars that are accompanying us and that I'm accompanying as the moderator. So Enrique, you have 8 minutes for your presentation that can feed all these elements we've shared. We'll have a stopwatch that will help us with the interventions. Thank you, Enrique. The floor is yours. Can you hear me well? I can hear myself, so I'll do exactly what you said. It's quite strange to listen to myself. Well, very grateful for this invitation. It is true, I'm just a pinch hitter, quite proud of being so. The Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs called me briefly ago for multilateral and cooperation issues, Dr. Carlos Guevaraman, who's also the president of the board of directors of the Bolivarian Society. And he explained the reasons why they're still tangled up in some issues. But we're very pleased to be here in my position as first vice president, as you well mentioned, of the Bolivarian Society, president of the Bicentennial Commission, and also very honored to be member of the Interinstitutional Commission of the government in charge of the issues related to the bicentennial. We all know the famous phrase, or rather, one of the famous phrases of the liberator Simon Bolivar when he said, in a prophetic and visionary way, that if the world were to choose its capital, Panama would have been appointed as the capital for that august position, the famous letter of Jamaica, very appropriately. So in 1824, from Peru, there was this summon for the Amphictyonic Congress, whose bicentennial we will celebrate in 5 months, although there are many activities related to it. In fact, this forum, this CAF forum from the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, is absolutely related to this framework of the bicentennial. So I thank you and commend Mr. Sergio Diaz Granado and all the team from CAF for doing this. When I see the title Strengthening Latin American Caribbean Identity, the Amphictyonic Chronic as historic foundation and root of the regional integration, we understand perfectly well that relationship between the great work CAF has done and those postulates that Simon Bolivar advocated for 200 years ago. Bolivar, as many of you know, he advocated for the unity of the people, for a republican government system or governance structure, multilateralism. And quite frankly, we have to say that the Amphictyonic Congress was held in Panama 200 years ago. It was the crib of OAS. It also inspired the League of Nations back in its day and the United Nations Organization. The General Secretary mentioned that if we were to examine what we need to revise based on these points, I would add that CAF is doing a very important work. And one of the first things that comes to mind is multilateralism. And I would add multilateralism, but articulated with a multi-actor platform. Those who know me know I am an absolute fan of constructive dialogue. I lived it in my own flesh for many years. All the dialogue efforts that have been undertaken, I can speak a lot. Obviously, I won't do now because of time constraints about the deficiencies that still exist. Although we've evolved, much is yet to be done for having a dialogue that is really multi-actor on the same foundation. When I say multi-actor, I'm referring to the public sector. We have the executive branch, the judiciary branch, the legislative branch, the private sector, extremely important, the civil society, extremely important, workers, the workforce, the component of the academic sector, and particularly having a cross-cutting access youth. So that multilateralism we need to rescue because it's in recession in many parts of the world with a focus on a multi-actor platform is fundamental. The Republican government system is fundamental. Democracy with a capital D. That's another aspect that's in recession, and not only in our region, in many parts of the planet. I'm very honored to preside the pillar in the world of civil society, of the community of democracy. And what we're lacking today, what is missing today here, is also lacking many countries in the world. So we need to work jointly based on the Bolivarian ideal promoted by financial institutions such as CAF. I think that would be the correct solution to advance, like the government says, with firm steps. That's a slogan from the government in the correct direction. For the bicentennial, we have many activities programmed from the Bicentenary Commission and the Board of Directors. I preside the commission, and Dr. Carlos Guevara Man presides the Board of Directors of the Bolivarian Commission. On the 22nd of June, the bicentennial the bicentenary of the Congress will be held here in Panama. There will be also sessions from OAS in Panama, and many of the organizations such as SICAT, the Human Rights Commission, the CITEL, the you know, Judiciary, Latin American Commission will all be convening here in Panama. I'm also organizing, or I'm in charge of a commission that will organize a Congress of Bolivarian Societies that will be done in June. It will be a whole year of celebrations that already started, and it starts precisely with its forum. So we would like to thank CAF once again. Panama will be the center not of Latin America, it will be the center of the world. You are invited starting tomorrow. How many presidents? I think it's around 8 presidents. It's admirable to see what CAF has achieved in the so-called Davos of Latin American and Caribbean. It's great news for Panama. So I would leave it at that for the time being. Let's take this opportunity at the maximum, this celebration of the Amphictyonic Congress. I invite you. I the inauguration hadn't been done, but there was an immersive changer we were supporting, and I went in, and my dear niece Cristina went to ask me if I could be in this roundtable. But that immersive chamber, you will see a 5-minute video, and it will show you the significance of Bolivar's summoning here 200 years ago in Panama, and how to take the best of advantage to strengthen democracy, the development of our people, and to finally have a state of well-being and extended prosperity, not in Panama, but for the whole world. Thank you. These remarks that remind us of what happened in 2026, but also projects the currency of this event with all the complexities we are living in the world and that we are crossing through, really reminds you of the importance of institutions and also intersectoral dialogues, as was mentioned, and the protagonism of new generations of youth in these processes that should not be merely the recovery or reminding ourselves of the past, but that can also make people fall in love, new generations fall in love, and be committed with these challenges. Let's move on with Adios Marisa Lasso. She will be talking of the echoes and the legacy and how the Congress resounds, and also something linked to the Monroe Doctrine we mentioned a while ago. Thank you, Maritza. It's your moment. Can you hear me now? Perfect. I will do the same as the rest. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure, and thank to Claxo and CAF for this invitation. Well, I'm a historian, so I will invite you to the past. At the middle of the 19th century, Latin America, it was 1864. The region is in a crisis under imperial threats of all natures. France is in Mexico, Spain is in the Dominican Republic. It just arrived at the Pichincha Islands in Peru. The U.S. had sent pirates to the region. What will happen? Many countries met in Lima in 1864 at a congress in Lima. The ambassador of Colombia in Lima is a Panamanian, Justo Arosemena, that for many Panamanians was the most important intellectual or scholar of the 19th century. And he, as other Latin Americans, had the legacy of the Amphicyonic Congress of 1826 in his head. And one of the most important questions he asked himself is, how can we rethink about this region? How do we defend ourselves, not only of European monarchies that had been one of the ideals of the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, and also how we defend ourselves of this new power that is the US, that had already fought with Mexico and that had sent pirates to Nicaragua back then. What to do? What to do in these circumstances? They met in Lima, and Justo Semena, this senator for
This
Panama.
gentleman who had been a senator for Panama in Colombia, a great constitutionalist, and he was thinking about laws, treaties, projects, and he begins to study this idea of an American League. As a very good 19th century Republican, based on the Greeks, he first proposed, and I will talk to you now about this idea of mutual defense. It was a proposal that we all have to protect ourselves from potential aggression. And then on the other hand, there were ideas trying to figure out how to avoid conflicts among Latin American nations, and there were three pillars that he thought about. One was to secure the borders clearly, precisely, so that the borders do not become an issue for conflict within the region. The other pillar is to have arbitration courts at the international level, which would settle regional conflicts. And here he was advanced. His ideas were so advanced before the times, the ideas that would later emerge regarding arbitration courts. And another pillar was common citizenship or nationality for all the American region. If you're the citizen of one country, therefore you're a citizen of another country. And it would be akin to what the European Union has nowadays. And these were ideas being proposed in the 19th century. If you would move from one country to another, you would have to adjust to the laws of your country of residence, but with a view toward incorporating all. So, what was the basis for all this American Union or integration? He was a liberal. Just like many others during the century, he was afraid of despotism, of monarchy, and scared of tyranny. He believed in autonomy, and the conflict he saw, and which he dedicated his life to studying, was how to maintain freedom, autonomy, but at the same time, how to protect everyone, to build a strong country region. And the basis for Justo Arosemena was democracy, federalism. We needed to have democratic and federal republics for regions to protect their freedom and autonomy in this manner, but that they should join a league to protect common interests. He was extremely clear in that there would be no common constitution. Each country, each region would have their own constitution because they all had different histories. But the mechanisms that he elaborated during the 19th century are the mechanisms that were implemented after the Second World War in Europe. So, therefore, the thinkers were already considering these ideas the previous century for Latin America. They wanted a unique single system that would respect the singularities and differences among the various regions, but allowing for freedom and democracy. And this is what he was thinking about in the mid 19th century. And that is part of the legacy that we are celebrating this year, the 200 years, the bicentennial. Thank you very much. And she was right on time. Thank you very, very much. Twice. And now we will listen to Lucia Mesa. We're arriving at the contemporary times, the second half of the 20th century, and thus far, the 21st century. So we are going to focus on that, and thank you for being here. It is a pleasure to accompany you today. Can you hear me okay? Wonderful. What I can contribute to this story, the history of the Amphictionic Congress, when we listen to it, it might appear fascinating how these figures, as Marixa mentioned, they were such visionaries and they came up with this legacy in the face of the enormous difficulties they faced at that time. Now, there is an interpretation, there's perhaps a vision that the result of this effort, that this Congress ended up being a failure. But in our viewpoint, that's a very limited way of assessing this process. At CAF, we feel that there's evidence to the contrary. For an institution such as CAF, which is a multilateral organization whose mission and vision is to achieve regional integration, we feel that we are a success story inspired on the efforts of these fathers of our nations who left us with this very important vision. And that vision was simply that united, they were going to reap greater benefits for the citizens of the whole region instead of pursuing it separately. This is our effort as CAF, which is an institution created in 1968, and it emerged as the efforts of 5 countries that at the time were trade partners as the Andean Group. I would also like to share with you that one of the countries that was fundamental to the institutional change we have achieved from CAF, starting as a small sub-regional bank to become the development bank for Latin American and the Caribbean today, that country was Panama. It was one of the first countries which, at the end of the 90s decade, decided to join this project. And this radically changed the history of our institution. Today, we issued a call for this forum from Panama, this festival of ideas. And starting tomorrow, we will have the economic forum in order to raise the voice of our region, to at least enter into mutual agreements which will allow us to truly become a solution to current global challenges, which are great. If you are able to attend the immersive experience, which, as was mentioned, it is outside waiting for your presence, your attendance, in 5 minutes you will be able to gauge the difficulties faced by the people who called this historic Congress 200 years ago. And we think that it is very symbolic, and it is also a part of the call that we issue from this podium, that with all the conveniences and advances we have today, which allow us to connect right now, the people here at this venue are listening to us, and countless other people from other countries making use of the digital technological advances we have available today. And it's not impossible that equipped with all these advances, we should be unable to be able to integrate our Latin America and the Caribbean to join forces. We believe that from this perspective, there's no better way to open up the bicentennial year, the celebration of the Amphictonic Congress of Panama, than this forum by CAF, which you have agreed to join so willingly to become a part of this call. And I also wanted to let you know that as we read the story of the Congress, we understand the history of Panama. Panama in the past, it in the present, and in the future, it will face a crucial role in facilitating the integration of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's the most important idea that emerges as we accompany the country. This large gathering, which has been a challenge for us to organize as an institution and nation, thanks to all the advantages provided by connectivity in Panama today. It has allowed us to use this wondrous convention center. And that is also part of the services offer that Panama extends as a host, as a meeting place, as a voice to support Latin American and Caribbean integration. So I end up by saying to you that the history of the Amphictonic Congress does not stop. You don't have to see it merely from the past, but you also have to look at it from the future. For CAF, we see we have a vision for the future that we will be the bank with the largest presence in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are achieving this today. Today we have 24 member countries, and we have a plan for geographic expansion to the Caribbean islands, to Central America. And we are a reflection of the success generated by the Amphictonic Congress of Panama. I think that what you mentioned about the growth of CAF, which is it's a qualitative growth, and this challenge that CAF has as a development bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, it truly shows the various dimensions of regional integration, which you say continue to be a current challenge with a view to the future. And also, as we build toward the future of a multilateral world, and we would like to promote dialogue, of course, starting from acknowledging the differences, diversity, but with a view to establishing a common future. So I think that if you capture the spirit of the Amphictonic Congress to achieve a Latin America, Central America, Caribbean that are more united, that can walk together, that is what we seek. And we have about 6 minutes left for this panel, and I can allow 2 minutes for each of you to react to your colleagues' presentations from a historic viewpoint, from a contemporary viewpoint, with a view to the future. What are the 2 or 3 main terms that you would capture from the Amphictonic Congress to build a more integrated, a more united, a more just, fairer reality, more solidarity in Latin America and the Caribbean? And I think perhaps this is way too much to summarize in 2 minutes, but also if you could please say something about the pending issues. If you could please summarize this in 2 minutes, if you can think about two or three key points, which, I hope you can join in the arguments presented by your colleagues, and perhaps it'll be Enrique, Marix, and Lucia will wrap up. Thank you, and I'll try to be as brief as possible because we only have four minutes, and the clock is running. And it has been an honor to share this panel with Marixa, with Lucia. They are a prestigious, the most prestigious panel, and I say it in recognition of the two, not counting me, of my two colleagues. And I would like to express my gratitude to the CAF, to colleagues for everything they do, because many years ago, 22 years ago, when I was a chair of the Association of Panamanian Businessmen, we started working on a national competitiveness center, and nowadays it is still a success story, because we had the cooperation of Dr. Nicolas Ardito Barleta, who helped us bring about this project to fruition. And what I want to state here is that we had the support of CAF and my namesake Enrique Garcia, who from the first forum on competitiveness, he supported us. So what the CAF is doing to Panama and the region, it is identifying Panama as a platform, but it's focusing on regional work based on the Bolivarian ideals. And what I am taking with me is to take advantage of the current situation, all the efforts by CAF, by the national government, by the Bolivarian Society, all the preparations for the bicentennial celebration of the Amphictionic Congress to support the ideals that Bolivar promoted, and especially the issue of multilateralism with a focus on multiple actors. There should be constructive multi-actor dialogue so that among all the actors we can build a vision, a shared vision, and be able to solve the most urgent issues, and with the help of the private sector, which is fundamental, but all actors must be involved with the same level of commitment: civil society representatives, representatives for the workers. We need the academic component, which is represented here. And this is the time so that this joint work with these particularities that we are seeing, if we do this the right way, and I don't see why we shouldn't be able to do it the proper way, we can have many countries in our region, especially Panama, that will contribute to development, especially based on the wealth that the region has, and this is admirable work. And Marixa, Lucia, I'm sorry you have 1 minute. I just left you with 1 minute. In the 19th century, Latin America was what we can describe as a laboratory for democracy, because the rest of the world was still under monarchic rule. The Americas had republics. They were the one with republics, with democratic experiments. And at that time, the thinkers, the politicians, they dared to bring forth original ideas and to focus on freedom, democracy, liberty. And today, what I think that we should add is the respect that Ricoberta Menchú mentioned today. regarding respect for the cultural traditions, which we didn't have in the 19th century, but to respect and honor this and bring about everything that was set forth during that period so that we can bring to fruition all these Latin American experiments. And well, we have no time left, so I will just use one word to reflect my thoughts, which I think will summarize the significance. It is the political will. Latin America and the Caribbean have everything needed to find a solution to current global challenges. So, what do we need? We need motivation evidenced by each citizen in order to achieve this goal, to reach the consensus for the efforts so that together we can build this region that will leverage all its advantages for its citizens. We have the resources and we should also be able to offer them globally. And I would also like to extend an invitation so that each one of you from your own space, if you could please contribute to the bicentennial celebration of the Amphictionic Congress so that Panama will be able to fulfill its vocation and its august destiny as was manifested in that dream. Thank you very much, Lucia. Excellent. Thank you to all. And this is a dream which is not yet fulfilled, it's inconclusive, and it demands that we continue with this dream, that we continue to promote it, to work toward it. And this panel just intends to be a little grain of sand, of salt that will contribute, will be part of efforts to contribute to delve into this issue. It's a challenge that will take up the next years undoubtedly and future decades too, as Lucia mentioned during her presentation. And I would like to close this panel because we are just about at our time to wrap up. And in the beginning, I urge you to please follow all the various activities we offer. I have my computer open because I'm looking at the book launch of the LAC Inspira, LAC Inspires book, which is going to take place at 1 p.m. LAC Inspira, LAC Inspires. That book launch will be held to the left of this venue. And then if you could please visit the immersive experience, and then there will be a presentation on the diary of the Amphictionic Congress of Panama. It is the book authored by Sergio Guerra, and we will have the academic director of Flaxo, who will be assisting CAF with this event. Thank you very much, Enrique, Marixa, Lucia, and we will continue with a dialogue within our meeting, our festival. Thank you very much, everyone. So we will continue with the next set of conversations. And if I could please ask you to prepare for the arrival of our panelists, the next set of panelists. And I would like to mention to you that we are live streaming this event. And if you scan the QR code available, you will have access to interpretation in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. And during the previous panel, we heard our speakers speak about the Amphictyonic Congress and how the Amphictyonic Congress has strengthened our identity. And please, I would like to remind you that we can continue this conversation on social media through the hashtag Voces CAF, and we're also in on Facebook, and we also are live streaming on YouTube. So you can just scan the QR code. We have a silent room here, and if you scan the QR code, you'll be able to hear the interpretation. And I'd like to welcome the next set of panelists, and they will talk about how the Amphictyonic Congress, how it became the foundation for the identity, cultures, and contemporary creativity. And we are going to talk next about Afro diasporas, the motors, its engines, its drivers, and social global transformation. So we will begin this next panel, and we will welcome Catherine Dunca. She is the director of the Titanco Foundation, and we will welcome our panelists. Welcome, Catherine. Thank you very much for being here with us. And we really value that we are able to talk about this issue within the framework of this CAF event, that we will talk about these very valuable issues. And I just remind everyone to be conscious of our time limits. Good afternoon. We would like to welcome Morai Masimara, who is here with us and arrived this morning from San Basilio, Palenque. Just arrived. Welcome. Yes, that was the case. And we have our host, Ab- Abela Ronategui, from the Art and Culture Center of Colombia. Thank you for being here. And we have Julia with a Vivero from Argentina. And to complete our panel, Roger Ramos, who's coming from Brazil. Thank you, everyone, for accompanying us this day, and we would like to thank the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean for its invitation. And I would like to thank Ivy Bermudez and Claudia too. It is a great pleasure. It fills me with great emotion to be part of this wonderful event. And we have many voices joining us here, so many cultural aspects. It's a celebration of culture in all its forms, in all its diversity. And I was telling Sergio Diaz Granados, the director of the bank, I was telling him this morning that one of the pillars is culture. And here we are going to talk to cultural promoters, real flesh and blood cultural promoters. And we will share different experiences, different practices of carrying out cultural promotion. We're going to look at it from the viewpoint of a public institution as well as from the communities. Also, the artistic, more contemporary viewpoint, as well as the ancestral vision. And we're also going to look at the administrative part, which is important to the bank. And it's a challenge to broach all these issues within 40 minutes. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Catherine Dudam. I lead the Kitambo organization. It's based in Bogota, Colombia. And what we are trying to do is create bridges between African countries and their diasporas in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is my passion, and I'm so happy to be here today. So, in order for you to better connect with each participant's universe, they will talk a little bit about where they come from and what they do. We will begin with you, Abel. And I believe we are going to see a video.
In the meantime, while the video is presented, I will introduce Abel. Abel is a communicator and a promoter for social development through culture. He's held positions of cultural management, local and regionally. Currently, he's a director of the Art and Culture Center of Colombia, and he's a general coordinator of culture for the Council of Ministers of Education and Culture of the Central American Integration System, SICA, from where he promoted cultural cooperation activities and the acknowledgement of the living patrimony of the region. He has been well known for his leadership and contribution to the cultural sector, and his work has been characterized by articulating or for articulating culture, pedagogy, movements, and artistic formation processes and democratic access to culture, particularly with youth and historically marginalized community. The floor is yours. Thank you. Well, very happy, grateful to the bank for this great opportunity to be able to reflect on topics in the Caribbean region as a benchmark for Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of culture. When we invest in culture, we transform the lives of people and we build a more just and inclusive future. Center of Art and Culture, joining our voices to transform the world. Can we run the video? I think we were not able to see the video, or did we? Well, I'll get started then. Well, very pleased for this great opportunity to reflect on this topic that these spaces remain silent about. This is an important conquest for Afro-descendant people, and it's vindicative as a space. We come from the Colón Center for Alternate Culture. It's a complex of buildings declared historical patrimony that hosts around 3 hectares in the city of Colón, which is located northward of Panama, with the purpose of promoting artistic expressions to give a value to our cultural patrimony and to invest in actions or that develop local um, culture. It's fundamental for us because this is a cultural center located inside a population where 60% of the population identifies itself as Afro descendant. It's not very common to find a center of this magnitude in communities that are practically of color. So, in this sense, it's important to reflect on this space, not only from what we're doing, but also the possibilities that jointly with CAF and other international agencies present here can be carried out for the region, specifically for African people in the diaspora. Thank you. Moraima, you come next. So while I introduce myself, we will be sharing some images that will allow us to connect ourselves with the Palenque region. Moraima Simara Hernandez, as I mentioned before, visits us. We lost the video and the audio.
las prácticas ancestrales de su comunidad. Su labor se enmarca en procesos pedagógicos propios de Palenque que enfatizan la interculturalidad, intergeneracional también, la identidad y la reconstrucción histórica desde la memoria comunitaria. Por ello participa activamente en iniciativas que fortalecen la transmisión de saberes culturales, incluyendo la lengua, los ritos, la música y formas tradicionales de organización social. Ha sido destacada por instituciones nacionales e iniciativas públicas por su papel en la defensa y promoción del patrimonio palenquero. Detrás de nosotros, como pueden ver, pues es parte de un documental Anónimas Extraordinarias, que es un proyecto audiovisual que recoge historias de mujeres colombianas que han transformado sus realidades y las de sus comunidades gracias a su liderazgo comunitario y la ruptura también de estereotipos. Es un documental realizado por la televisión colombiana Señal Colombia.
Así na potade, pato en un luita cucha, lo que está conversar en 10 setiela. Mucombilesa y achitia, ya senda pia charipalenge, y también hizo collando potomacusa, ripalenge, panube pele. Palenge senda un pito y África ante Colombia. Ese fue lo que su toten, socollando, panube pele, pasuto, tenemacusa, Lutre y África. Muy buenas tardes. Eh, en este proceso que se lleva, porque yo digo que son un grupo de niños, mujeres, padres de familia, sabedores, los cuales siempre han encaminado al fortalecimiento de la identidad cultural de San Basilio de Palenque. Desde la institución bioeducativa, técnica agropecuaria Rincón, la idea es fortalecer desde los niños que están en preescolar todas las manifestaciones culturales. Les decía que Palenque es un pedacito de África
I
entre
was saying that Palenque is a little bit of Africa, and throughout time, Palenque, with its community, has tried to strengthen all the cultural manifestations which were brought over when our people were brought over. One of them is our language, which I began to speak, which throughout time we have been able to start strengthening, teaching it during the recent years. And as educators, we need to advance so that new generations do not go backwards, but that they can move forward. And as a cultural promoter, I do this through music. For example, also as a keener, which is a funeral tradition from our ancestors. So at this point, if we all begin this strengthening process and we grow and we maintain our culture, our identity, but this should not just remain within the community. It also should be escalated to the institutional level because children spend most of the time within institutions, educational institutions, and the teachers at these institutions, they should be involved with the ancestral knowledge of the communities where they teach because a child, a person learns. But first, they have to know what is their heritage in order to teach it. And we're not trying to keep away globalization. No, what we want is to walk hand in hand, introducing change in our community, in our daily lives. So, this work is the work that I carry out, and it really was a journey to get here. I had to travel for 2 days, but I'm here sharing with you our ancestral knowledge. Thank you very much. And Julia. Julia Ribeiro. She was born in Brazil. Now she lives in Argentina. She is a producer, cinematographer, and she is the force behind a women's collective. And she also works in the tourism industry with a firm based in Buenos Aires. She's also the co founder of Tambo Afro, which is the first store for black entrepreneurs in Argentina within the historic neighborhood of San Telmo in Buenos Aires. And this now gathers 20 projects that are working on an inclusive and diverse economy within this city. Now, she is an activist, also focused on education. She focuses on the challenges of Afro descent within the culture. Well, thank you very much for being here, for having this conversation, knowing about all these very inspirational projects, and also working, trying to bring out into the open to make our culture more visible in Argentina. I was born in Brazil, but I moved at a very young age to Argentina, and I bring my Afro legacy, my blackness to Argentina, and I began my initiatives with a political organization, collective, and I began to contribute. And my Argentine peers, also shared with me their history, the experience of the Afro heritage in Argentina. It's something that's not taught in regular school. So I began my activism in school, and then through collective art, I pursued my efforts, and now I'm doing this also in tourism. And I started working in tourism. And now it has changed the way I look at the world. At UNFAR, we also believe that tourism is a tool for social transformation, and tourism strengthens us, makes it more potent. And we're trying to do tourism in a country which denies this culture still. You might wonder, where is Afro culture present in Argentina? Well, it's present in the tango, in the national word used, tango milonga. They are a part of our culture, and they are a part of our Afro heritage also. The language, our particular language used in Buenos Aires in Argentina, and also within the beef industry, because of the carcasses, the remains were thrown out, and it was Afro women who picked them up, who took care of them. So we implemented a visibility plan, which was very successful in our country. And we believe that walking along city streets, and we hope to extend this throughout the country, that we are going to be able, through our corporeal movements and Afro identities, to bring a different meaning to everything that surrounds us. So these are the ideas and the motivations behind the work we do. Thank you, Julia. This is fascinating. And I think this is fascinating because you're bringing Argentina to us from another perspective, from people who have always been there, but they were not present in the country's history. So this is fascinating, and the stories are not only interesting to us because we share experiences and stories of the black community, but we also talk about how important it is during these current times, through the times that we are currently living, to have this empathy, this respect, because we want to celebrate diversity beyond the black community. We're talking about humanity. And to end, I would like to say some words about Roger Ramos, also known as Ramo. He's a visual artist and a cultural promoter born in Sao Paulo.
Relaciones interterritoriales, territorio, pertenencia y cultura popular contemporánea a
And
partir de la tierra.
contemporary culture through Afro-Brazilian narratives and peripheral
Ha
experiences.
presentado
His
en
work has been
museos
presented in cultural and
históricos
museum spaces in Brazil, such as SESC, the Rio Museum of Art, cultural centers in São Paulo, and collective expositions linked to circuits of contemporary art and Afro-Brazilian culture. In fact, last year he participated with his collective Vilanismo in La Mena in Sao Paulo with a project that proposed collective workshop as a living space for encounter. So he's the founder and articulator of Milanismo, which is a aesthetic group of black men that belong to the favelas, the slums that work in contemporary art from Sao Paulo. Milanismo functions as a brotherhood that articulates artistic production, mutual care, and symbolic and economic autonomy. In addition, Ramo founded Muda Quilombo, a creative space focused in art, design, and architecture as a tool for community construction. Thank you, Caterini, and thanks to all those that are present. My apologies because I have to speak in Portuguese, and we have interpretation services. I think that as a Brazilian, it is very important to be aware of the care we need to have in Latin America amongst ourselves. First of all, I've been developing a joint work and in other artistic platforms that can talk about this and connect themselves to multiple diasporas and of course having a dialogue with indigenous communities that are native to their territories. The idea mainly is to be able to create narratives that can update dynamics for solutions, and above all, that they have expectations on the idea of healing. We think that the idea of healing has to be connected to the word, to have culture, to cultivate that aesthetic and poetic work is what gives us a direction for carrying out our work.
siguen detrás también imágenes que
We
ilustran el
also
trabajo.
have these images that illustrate the work that has been carried out by Ramo with his group.
¿Quieres comentar algo?
Would you like to comment anything? So, this is Black courtship that is part of the discussion. What is modern art in Brazil? And of course, at the same time, it does a waiting process to look into something equally important, which is the date of the massacre of Carindeiro, which is one of the institutions that is, well, one of the largest of Latin America. So we have proposed the idea of performs where we recall political issues, and at the same time the idea is to promote modernity in Brazil. What are the dates we have to celebrate? What are the narratives we need to construct from there, thinking particularly of masculinities within the performance that is unconventional, where the idea of power, the idea of violence, the idea of conflict is connected automatically to the idea of what being a man is. For us, it's very interesting to map these concepts, develop political anxious that allow us to work on a masculinity that is more sensitive, more profound, more effective. At the same time that we understand the complexity of being a black man in Brazil, in the Caribbean, and in Latin America.
Y
Thank
seguimos
you.
contigo, ya que tenías la
We
palabra.
continue with you since you were
Quisiera preguntarte,
uh,
Ramo, de qué
using the
manera
floor. I wanted to ask you,
crees que el
Ramo,
arte y la
how do you
gestación
think that
pueden
art
aportar
and culture can contribute? Sorry for this technological glitch. to building peace and diverse for respect for diversity beyond symbolic discourses. I think that art and cultural management, culture itself, should be tools for producing knowledge, for gathering people that help us. That is the balance between soft and hard power in that sense. How we can think about generating culture in order to be able to connect ourselves automatically with the ethics and the poetry. I think that the main function of an artist and the work of people in culture should be to consider their art as a tool for bringing people together, for closing people, to breaching gaps between people. It's not only an idea that has to do with healing, but also for collectiveness. It's very urgent considering contemporary times, the idea of a neoliberal and globalized culture that has worked in a process of individualizing people in a more accelerated and scalable way, and culture in a certain way has presented a counter narrative, a closeness that is so necessary for our species. I understand that that movement is not only necessary but also urgent to look into the future and to think about the future we are seeking for, not only dreaming. We are so close to a human collapse. So we need to have a counter narrative that goes against this path. It's radical and it's urgent and absolutely
Una
necessary.
narrativa que implica mucho lo colectivo,
It,
mm,
it implies
que
collectiveness as well.
compartamos
I feel that we all share that,
poesía,
those that are present here,
artística,
and from your artistic practice,
implica también
from your
la
practice
producción de
not
contenido,
only in terms of
también,
content production, but also
también
from creative economy as well.
es este
You
crecimiento.
also tackle that.
¿Tú
So
cómo
I would like to ask you, what are
abordaste
your memoirs that you systematically approached? Sorry, I'm listening to myself and I can't talk.
las memorias que han sido
The
sistemáticamente
memories that
invisibilizadas?
have been systematically
¿Qué implica
invisibilized in Argentina. And what are the
traerlas de
implications
nuevo
of bringing them back to the
a la
center of
mesa?
public conversation for the country? Well, culture and the history in Argentina was practically erased from public spaces, from education, from the common sense, from the consciousness of Argentina and Argentinians. The first implication is a huge struggle from the Afro Argentine communities, not only from our present today, but also decades and centuries back. This is a long history of activism and resistance. And currently, our struggle continues being to visibilize all spaces, social, political, and economic, cultural, from our practice, from tourism. And I also think this is a performatic practice to move the person whose identity was denied, because for many people in Argentina, actually to be black and Argentinian is impossible. So we bring that subject whose identity was denied and we take that person to the center of knowledge to be able to recover their own history. People who are tourist guides from Mufarda, we're currently a team, they move on to become the center, the nucleus of knowledge during that experience vis-a-vis others. Others that can be foreigners, they can be black or Afro descendant or people of white or people of our own country. So that operation occurs where that person is the one that gives knowledge and meaning. And for the tourist guide himself, it represents a change to see himself or herself in another space and that he is seen from another space. That is the operation we're currently doing, and that is the work we do in Afro tourism. And each and every tour we conduct, I think
Em, y pienso el tour como un espacio de encuentro. En principio, un espacio de encuentro afrodiaspórico. Y después, en ese sentido, la cuestión del espacio es muy importante y ahí viene a colación.
that brings about a comment I wanted to mention. A store we opened in 2025. Tambo Afro is the first store of Black interpreters and artists in the country, thanks to CAF's support. I think CAF saw the power of the Argentine community and has been a great partner. Thanks to them, we were able to open this space. Currently, it's not only a store, it's a place of gathering. And we feel very proud in the community. That has been beautiful. That people from the Afro Argentine community can tell anyone we have this space. We invite you to get to know us. So it's a community space, it's a creative space as well, and it's a place for recovery because from the symbolic name we have, we are recovering our space in our neighborhoods and in the city. It's called Tambo Afro because tambos were spaces for gathering of the Afro portion uh, period in the colonial and post-colonial times where the candombe were played, rituals and funeral ceremonies were held in the tambo, and it's also a space where we ask for smola or we ask for some money for that music that was played for those parties. And with that, they bought the freedom of other people or they bought land for the community. So we recovered that name in the neighborhood of San Telmo, a historic place, one of the spaces of the drums in Buenos Aires, to say, we are here, we are occupying this space once again that belonged to our ancestors. It's our ancestral space in the city as well. So the issue of spaces and to occupy these spaces with pride is very important. And that's what we're trying to sustain and to resist from there. Important. And in that, I think that that link your practice has with Ramos as well. As you mentioned yesterday, you said you occupied several spaces in city of Sao Paulo where not necessarily would you have had possibilities of having that space, but due to partnerships you have, you're occupying these spaces. It's important to mention that from our representation to occupy these spaces that, of course, we deserve to occupy. And you know very much about spaces. So I would like to ask Avela, you that come from a more institutional world of culture, how do you understand culture as a living fabric? And what are the implications of this for decision making processes in policies and cultural projects? First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly reflect on the importance of this panel and why should we talk about Afro-descendant people? Because it's difficult to have these spaces. There are still narratives that resist us. Why talk about Afro descendants? Afro descendants, but, or no, or people question the narrative. So it is important to begin by saying that when we talk about population public policies, we need to understand that population is diverse. And the word diversity is a compound word. It means that we're not all the same. Let's begin from that narrative because a public policy for a woman that requires Specialized health care is not the same as the one required by a man, or the public policy aimed at a person with disability is not the same as for one who doesn't have it. So we can be very specific in the different populations, and it is time to acknowledge ethnicity as a component of our people for formulating public policies. If we visit a farm, in the farm, there are different beings. We have humans, we have animals, we have plants, and each being requires differentiated care, and all of them are part of the same farm. That's how humans are. We are that farm that has people that have specific needs, because the care I give to a mango tree is not the same as I give to the pig in the farm. Such are public policies. They are comprehensive but differentiated. And in diversity are cosmovisions, cultures, traditions, and biological needs that are different that we need to keep in mind, particularly in decision makers linked to the cultural sector. Having said this, thinking about the challenges, but also in the opportunities that exist, I think that first we need to formulate public policies that are evidence based. Our countries aren't doing that. We still are deciding doing things because, well, I think I should do it because I like it, but we have never sat down to think that in Latin America, according to ECLEC, we are 133 million Afro descendants and over 200 in the Americas. That is fundamental, particularly for a sustainable economy we aspire to. And that's where we're able to identify over 300 safeguard measures of traditions of Afro descendant people promoted by the community. But if that data is linked, for example, with a recent study done by CAF on Afro descendant entrepreneurs of Latin America, we see that over 30% of Black entrepreneurs mentioned that their products dialogue with their ancestral knowledge, meaning there is a huge opportunity in that inheritance of cultural patrimony, where UNESCO last month launched a study where they pointed the fact that for every dollar invested in cultural patrimony and all its manifestations, material and unmaterial, there is a return of approximately $3 to $10, and there is a big impact in tourism. There's a big impact on employment and in development, where the World Bank points out that the Afro descendants are located. There we have other opportunities such as artistic education, because Afro descendants are creative from our mother's wombs, because we receive ancestral knowledge according to our cosmovision. And precisely due to that creativity, if I have artistic training, I develop creative skills that, according to the World Economic Forum, are fundamental for the working markets of the future for digital economy. And if I don't have these skills developed, what to do? So I live in conditions of inequality. How do I take advantage of that talent precisely to face realities of life? Not because I want to be an artist. If I am, wonderful. If not, I also have these innate skills. And along this same line, we require to strengthen these regulatory frameworks because, for example, in the case of artistic education, in the last study carried out by OIE that will be shared here, from the 18 Ibero-American countries surveyed, only 8 countries have 1 to 3 hours of every week dedicated to artistic education. So gradually, what to talk about ethnic racial perspective? It doesn't even exist in our classrooms. As well as in Argentina, they don't talk to us about the history of Africa. Here in Panama, we have a more Eurocentric narrative, practically in all Latin America, and that influences on how public policies are formulated. So, taking this opportunity, this forum, I would like to uh, call upon CAF so that we create the Center of Art and Culture in Colón, that it almost 3 hectares in Colón, which we wanted to be a laboratory for knowledge.
Gracias. Y ojalá también abiertos a los artistas de África, ¿no?
So it's important to invite African artists. Let's not limit ourselves only to the continent.
Pues todos
Thank
sus
you.
datos demuestran
So all your data
todo el
show
mundo.
if it's worth thinking at a global perspective from our identities, not only observe them from our windows, but from here.
Y bueno, para terminar, Moraima, yo creo
And to conclude, Moraima, I think that Abel's words are very much connected to your practice, right?
escuchándolo y
That's
pensando
what I thought while listening to him. And to conclude,
cómo
I
entra
would like
la
to ask you, how
ancestral
do the ancestral community knowledges enter in dialogue with cultural, educational, or artistic institutions that are hegemonical, or at least as they are stated by the governments? Thank you.
Bueno, sabemos que Palenque
Well, we know that
2005
Palenque
fue declarado
2005
patrimonio de la
was
UNESCO
declared
y
World Heritage
desde
by
ese momento
UNESCO.
el vínculo con el Estado ha sido
And from that
fuerte
time,
y el
the
impacto
ties with the
de
state
esa
have been
manifestación
closer,
se han
and the impact
visto en las nuevas
that manifestation
generaciones
has had
que ya hemos
has been
visto
observed.
que
It's been
los
observed in the new
jóvenes
generations that in
todos
Palenque, the
juntos
vast
se
majority
han
of youth,
involucrado
young adults,
haciendo
are involved in
manifestaciones.
strengthening these manifestations.
Nosotros, a pesar que
We,
trabajamos
in spite of the fact that we worked in the institution with
no
some
registramos
educational practices,
esto
we are
hasta
not
el
registered
año
as an
pasado
educational
que
institution. Until
recibimos la
last year,
certificación
we received the
en
decree of educational institution
agricultura
in
Palenque,
technology and agriculture of
que
Benvencio in Palenque,
quiere decir
where we teach, unlike
que
you,
hace rato
in
que
our
se
case,
trabaja de
with
acuerdo
Law
a
70,
esto y
we
queremos
have a
demostrar
space where
la
we
historia
have an assignment which is
donde
Afro American
a
history,
los
where the
jóvenes
children and youth
se les
are taught
cuento
their
ese
history.
cuento de
That
Cristóbal Colón
story of
ya
Christopher Columbus,
no sé
of
obviamente no lo
course,
podemos
we
asignar
don't ignore it, but history is narrated
segregarla
such as it truly is, where we
Benco
tell children
qué
who was
papel
Benko's Bio,
jugó Benco
what
qué papel
role did
jugó
Benko
esas mujeres que
play,
trabajaban
what
en las
role
épocas esclavizadas
did these women
y que
play, those that were
Palenque
slaves at that time. So children are
hace
taught
referencia
their
a esa
Palenque language.
tradición sencilla
Their
de la tierra
native tongue is taught to
como
them,
patrimonio
that is taught in their
tenemos
households. So
muchas
regarding
necesidades
the heritage status, many needs arose after that. And we
pero
cannot say that 100% of them, but
estamos
we've
bregando
been able to
y
cover some of these needs.
trabajando
We're
intensamente
hoping right now, we're working in the institution
educación
in a program from the Ministry of Education,
los centros de
the centers of interest. The centers of interest are
podemos
spaces where the child, the youth,
ya sea
through these centers,
obtener remedios
that
para
whether it is
todo lo que tiene que
a
ver con
center of
medicina tradicional
interest,
o ese centro
uh,
de interés
traditional medicine, but these
artístico
are centers of interest that have
de
to
la
do
danza.
with
Si allá el
art,
infierno nos
music,
mandó músicos a
dance.
enseñar percusión
So the ministry sent us musicians to
nosotros
teach percussion.
nosotros
Like our colleague mentioned, we are
siempre
empirical. We
aprendemos
are never told, come here to learn. We learn
vientre con esos cantos
from the time we are in our mother's womb
que
with our
que
mother's
las instituciones
um,
aún
chance when we are newborn. So our institutions are still in this journey because there is a system, a political system, not political from our perspective, that believe that advancement or change are structures, there are materials, that is, buildings for us from Palenque. We always ask the government, yes, we hope there are changes, but while respecting our cultural identity. Because Palenque, in time, has persisted, not because we are black, because there are many black communities, but rather because during all the time Palenque, since it was founded in 1603 and it was declared the first free people in 1713, we have been able to maintain the cultural manifestations from generation to generation. That cosmovision, these know-how we have as Palenquians, and that has been understood by the institutions. In fact, in Palenque, we don't have a police center, for instance, where we have that figure in the community. We have what we call the cimarron guards. They are the ones that control this entity, but we also have the community council where there is a board of directors headed by a legal representative. That legal representative is a person that guides us. That person can be a governor, a president, or a mayor. In Palenque, all the institutions have to sit with the board of directors, and the board of director calls for an assembly for a decision-making process. In fact, on Sunday, that board held an assembly and it has approved the first university called Bencovio in San Basilio, Palenque, where the community will no longer have to migrate to Cartagena, Barranquilla, or Bogota to study, but the study is done on site. But that study is also aimed at strengthening the cultural identity we have in as Palenquians. Thank you. Thank you, Moraima.
Muchísimas gracias. Desafortunadamente el tiempo
Thank you. And well, since time is moving so fast, in spite of that, I think it was just an eye opener of all the different cultural and artistic practices, management, and the multiple talents that exist and that each one of you is conducting, and that today's space helps us to continue our conversation beyond this scenario. I think that something valuable today is the fact that we're able to bring together different practices as well, because usually we live perhaps each one in a silo with their own practice. And here the fact that we can speak openly with Maria Gruesa, with somebody that um, sings reggae, other people that are cook and chefs. This is what is valuable of this space. We're all cultural administrators, and that allows us to continue our conversation, seek for connections, like Ramos said yesterday, tourism, like in San Basilio de Palenque, in these 20 years, it's been developed exponentially. Many tourists come from abroad to visit Palenque, to get to know our Black cultures better. So I think that only here, there are many things that can be done, many connections. And what we had wanted to share with you today is that we have talent, we have strength, we have knowledge, and it's in the hand of the youth and younger um, generations. Although perhaps the world doesn't know it, I think we're doing very well. Tauto Vega. Let's give this group a big round of applause. Eh, Thanks to this dialogue on these cultural topics that are so important. We will move on with the next conversation. We have our next panel and the moderator ready, who will propose another conversation from an interest perspective, but also to comment contemporary challenges as we heard before: gender equality, climate change, and sustainability. We will now present our next group in a session that will show how digital platforms can promote production in Latin America and the Caribbean. It's very interesting because this also gives us a perspective to international markets, and they develop local capabilities throughout all the value chain. I will present the next moderator, and of course, thank you. If you are able to continue this conversation through our digital platforms, we are in YouTube, live streaming, and I would like to invite Lucrecia Cardoso, who will be the moderator, who will be in charge of the conversation and presenting our next guests that will be talking to us in this panel on digital platforms and the exporter power of Latin American and Caribbean culture. I would like to thank you because we are motivating this conversation through a hashtag. You can make your comments.
And through X. The account is hashtag CAF and the festival is hashtag Voces CAF. And that way you can share any specifics, your viewpoint, anything. And now we have Lucia Carmona, our next moderator. She is the senior manager for a production for Walt Disney Latin America. She will be our moderator. And I would like to ask you to welcome her with a round of applause. Lucia, welcome. Thank you for being here with us today. Yes, we are going to welcome Lucrecia Cardoto and the members of the panel. Applause for Lucrecia. Lucrecia, thank you for that conversation. Thank you very much. It is Lucrecia. Welcome, everyone, and welcome to us, to Panama, beautiful country that is welcoming us. And I can almost say every year because this is the second version of the forum, which includes this topic, Voices from Our Region, and this venue. We were awaiting it with great expectation. The agenda for sustainability, for sustainable development, creative economies is heavily promoted in the area, and that is why we are seated here in front of you today to see how this revolution, the digital revolution, has modified the value chain of all our cultural institutions and how we can use this as an opportunity so that our creators here in this region, Latin America and the Caribbean, will have the best conditions to market, export, exchange content. We have many stories and we have this round table. We have a prestigious panel par excellence, not only locally, but I would like to introduce the panel members because it was one of our highest expectations because we were trying to figure out who else we could invite to participate in this exchange. First, we have Daniela Guerra. She is content and responsibilities creator at YouTube, responsible for independent ecosystem creators, and she focuses on the content and on monetization of content. Welcome, Daniela. We have Ariane Benedetti, who is the Deputy Culture Minister of Panama, our host country. She is a well known actress, writer, cinematographer, and she was a promoter of the cinema law of 2012, and she has appeared before the Commerce and Industry Ministry too. She has really promoted advanced policies contributing toward the development of Panamanian audiovisual media productions. And Luis Mio, welcome. He is the public sector director for Google Cloud. He focuses on cloud services for the public sector. He focuses on economies based on big data and globalization at a larger scale, at a higher scale. Welcome and welcome to the public here with us. So, Daniela, we'll start with you because you're seated right next to me. First of all, I would like to thank you for your patience for the delay, which was worth it due to the beautiful cultural inauguration we had today. Now, how this the elimination of intermediaries is changing the scenario. How do young Latin Americans see themselves as they don't need intermediaries to export their culture? Well, to jump right into your question, and thank you for inviting me. Well, here in YouTube, we want to provide a voice for everyone in the world. And with this mission, that's why what you mentioned is true. The young people see our platform as a way of reaching global audiences, being self taught, independent creators. And what YouTube wants to do is we want to provide a platform for these authentic, unique voices to express themselves, and they can reach global audiences. And then what we want to do is to draw closer this content to the audiences, and also we want everyone to learn from this exchange, this content exchange throughout the world. Most than 65% of content generated in Colombia is consumed by users outside of Colombia. In Mexico, it's a little bit lower, but Argentina, Peru, and other countries, we see this trend, the potential that, number one, the Spanish language has in the region, and then globally, for these ideas to be exported to reach the global level. And also, what we are seeing now with artificial intelligence, with automatic dubbing, which is done now by the platform, and also to generate automatic audio capabilities in YouTube. So this leads to increasingly global audiences. And we see that young people can increasingly express themselves and understand platforms such as YouTube as means to reach global audiences. Wonderful, Daniela. And I have a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old at home, and they don't want to be soccer stars anymore. They want to be YouTubers. So we know that these younger generations are focused on this, and that's why we have to think about changing the paradigm, and we have to think about the opportunities. And I'm just going to remove my audio because I'm hearing myself as I speak. So, how do you think the cloud infrastructure can help culture ministries in the region to better gauge the real impact of the creative economy in their territories? Well, thank you so much for inviting me, first of all. And I'm also going to remove my headphones here. And this morning, I know there were meetings where this topic was dealt with, and we see Panama nowadays that it is a hub not only related to the canal for transportation, but it's also a technological hub. We have 4 submarine cables here, which handle 90% of the data that move through Latin America. And in 2020, we installed the Curi cable, which increased the flow by 30%. So, how does this help? It generates more investment because now you can export. And I recently read my infographic says that last year $700 million were exported in cinema advertising software created here in Panama. It was exported to other parts of the world. Now, how does this help culture ministries? It helps to see where there is demand at the global level, not only locally, production, cinema production, etc., because there's less of a gap, and having this access, we see that the research that we talked about this morning, it tells us where demand comes from. So that tells us that, oh yes, there's a lot of demand for film, for movie, cinema, and you can expand on it. And this is all traceable. And it's traceability that the technology allows us to have. Very interesting. It's very interesting. Those numbers that you're talking about allow us to see various strategies that can be applied throughout sectors. They can be used by other content creators, and even the public sector can figure out how to accompany our potential development for export too. So, a deputy minister, and if I may speak in a more familiar tone, more less formal way to address you, we all come from Spain, so it's fine, no formalities needed. Now, how can we say that the platforms can be used for digital inclusion? Totally in agreement. What we want to do through the use of this platform is to reach digital inclusion. And as we talked about this morning, we want to have the possibility to learn more about the information, to generate information that will allow us to create regional public policies, to understand what people want to do, what they are looking for, to identify the failures, the flaws, to try to figure out where we need to have more culture, not only in Panama, but the region. Now, the culture app that we are going to launch tonight, and I would like to extend an invitation to you to attend the launch. It promotes the artistic and cultural agenda for Panama, so it will allow all Panamanians to know what's going on and to own this information. And it will also allow them to learn more about their culture. Panama has had a tendency to not have as much information, and the provinces and the districts are a little bit more distant. It's more centralized, and there hasn't been important development when it comes to domestic tourism. So it would be good to find out what activities are going on in the country, and it allows all these artists, cultural promoters, impresarios, people who are receiving training, whose space for action was very limited before. It will allow them to expand, and everyone will be able to participate and travel throughout the country to experience these spaces, and so the economy can flow to other areas. So we are giving this to the sector. We're providing an audience that will know what's going on in Panama. And throughout the platforms, we also obtain information about what Panamanians want, what the public, when they access the platform, what they're looking for, what they're searching for. And based on that, we can say, okay, 80% of people between 34 40 years of age, they always search the platforms for contemporary musicians, or they are looking for folkloric events. So it gives you greater understanding about the interests of your population, the Panamanians, so you can draft policies geared toward the population's interests. And this brings about total economic development, but it also allows to decentralize. Yes, public and private coordination, articulation that we were talking about is very important, and that's why it's so important during this panel to look at potential public private alliances, which the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean can offer so that there is a level playing field. And Kai, I'm asking you, what do you think about the digital gap? Is it still a challenge, a structural challenge to guarantee access in the region? What should be the role of the public cloud in order to promote digital knowledge tools? Well, here is an opportunity to narrow the gap, especially the cloud. The cloud is a great equalizer because nowadays a company in Casco Viejo has the same access to technology that a company in Silicon Valley has. We're not talking about, the complicated servers anymore. There's rapid access. There's many programs for micro, small, medium businesses that have access to credits so they can start using the cloud. There's programming course opportunities for students and other populations. So you don't have to spend thousands of dollars anymore to get started. So this improvement has made growth more scalable, and it allows them to participate. Now, you're generating sort of a super highway, but you don't have the Ferrari all the time to drive on this superhighway. So this is where inclusion comes in. As a company, we are offering, I think, about 50,000 scholarships in the region in order to generate talent so that these technologies are better used so that the region can have an opportunity to use this superhighway. So we have to search for equity. The technology is here, there's low latency, it has the same capacity, but now what we have to do to have a level playing field is to ensure we have the people who can do this. And what we're doing this is we're looking for more people to train. We work with universities, with the ministries of labor and employment, so we can upskill workers. Fantastic. It is very interesting to think about the challenge posed by the development of these new skills, which are going to be needed when the digital world, it's going to affect the labor market for young people. And Daniela, we have a question about YouTube in terms of responsibility. How does YouTube balance corporate responsibility with the need to represent the cultural diversity in a region and avoid falling into the stereotypes? Well, in YouTube, part of the mission is that it's an open platform. We provide the platform, and that defines YouTube being an open platform. And as you mentioned, this entails great responsibility, great commitment to make it a safe and inclusive platform that promotes cultural diversity and it avoids the cultural stereotypes. So at YouTube, we work with experts and we're always updating the guidelines. We're always looking at what is allowed on the platform, content generated by artificial intelligence or humans. The content in YouTube is assessed against these guidelines. And this ensures that our creators, our users are safe, the users that access the platform consume the content, that they are safe, and also that the advertisers who are part of the YouTube system are always safe. So we're always seeking this balance to provide a voice for all and to also provide this space for the exchange of ideas, for enriching through ideas and you know, all the creators with the original creative ideas, they have their own channels, but we always have to try to balance with responsibility and being very clear on what's allowed and what's not allowed on the platform. Thank you, Daniela. Ariane, taking into account your background as a promoter of the cinema law, and what can you tell us so that this increase in digital platforms in the region does not only translate into consumption of content, but that also that there is, a qualified workforce in the region? That's a complicated issue because this platform and these platforms. And we're talking about cinema, film, movies. We're going to change the conversation a little bit because we were talking before about Google and YouTube, which of course have played a great role in decentralizing education. They have placed at everyone's hand the opportunity to acquire knowledge that they couldn't access before. So they have made a great contribution to education and to the development of any human being that has an internet connection or a means, a device to access it. But when it comes to film, to cinema, and content creation, it will depend greatly on who you are and where you're located. That plays in your favor or against. Here in our region, Argentina, you know, they already have public policies, and the platforms sometimes play against them because they already have policies. And in Argentina, for example, they have platforms that promote their content. But for a Panamanian cinematographer who's trying to look globally and they face an environment where there are already policies in place, it might be a challenge. So, regarding public policies, the countries should perhaps have a talk to the new platforms to remind them that minorities are important when you talk about gender and other issues. Minorities are also important when you talk about populations and countries because it's really hard to sell Panamanian content internationally because we're such a small country and we're not seen as a feasible market when it comes to the platforms. And we really have we have the obligation to fight from the content perspective to create global content that can overcome this stigma of being a small country, that we don't have a national audience. An international platform, it knows that, for example, Mexico has approximately 135 million inhabitants. That's the audience. And in Panama, you might have a movie and your audience is only, 4 million people. So Uruguay, Costa Rica, Panama countries, where we have very small public audiences, we need to be allowed to have space. And I don't say that this has to be mandatory, but for us to have this opportunity so that, we have our content and we are allowed to have sustainable development in the countries and other countries, because we will have an audience, we will have a space to showcase our content. So this is a challenge, an important challenge that we have when it comes to reminding international platforms that small countries with less populations. We need their support. We need to develop strategies so that we can develop our industry so that our filmmakers, our content creators will have an audience for their products. And I don't know if it was clear. No, 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 it's all very clear. And I think that among the many challenges we face now in the digital arena, this is one. Look, it's not only restricted to small or large markets, talking about Latin America or the Caribbean, but we need to have a shared value chain that will allow us to exchange content. When we hear about Daniela's information, how the content performs globally, the Latin American content, we see that, there's a role there for our content to be internationalized. And I'm also going to promote the CAF agenda. We have to figure out a map that details how the chain of value works in a region, not just talking about small markets, large markets, but to look at it as a hub for product and content creation. Now, Daniela, talking about inclusion, which is a part of CAF's agenda, what do you see when it comes to local employment when a content creator is able to reach international audiences through your platform? Do you research this? Do you keep track of this? Well, when we look at a YouTube channel, we see that that becomes like a small business. We see not only content creators, but we see businessmen, entrepreneurs that are defining their business around having a YouTube channel. So the YouTube business model, it does not consist on us investing in content creation. What we do is we want to make sure that we share revenue, the income with the content creators. So once a channel reaches a certain number of subscribers, views, then we see them as partners and we share any revenue of 50% with them. And we provide the space, we provide the platform for the creators. We know the creators will bring audiences and then advertisers. And in order to promote this, we make sure that the earnings are shared. So that is what YouTube tries to do with this business model of partners. And then we also build other sources of income, such as alternate monetization, where you can have memberships, super chats, other ways in which the audience that develops a closeness with a creator, the audience decides to pay or donate for premium content. Maybe they will have a higher ranking in the chat so that they can support the creators they like. So we have paid more than $100 billion with those who have shared content to YouTube. And we try to connect with the brands. It's easier to work with some brands and see how we can encourage higher earnings for them. In Brazil, we're going to have a program that we hope to make available to other Latin American countries in the future. So we're trying to figure out how to complement the content creator business model so they can have opportunities to generate more content and better content. Yes, they are small, micro and medium sized businesses for us because we see that our children no longer want to be royalty or soccer stars. So, they want to be YouTubers. And it's a way to balance the access gap. But when you look at it, they are digital small businesses. Yes, and they employ editors, graphic designers, other types of professionals. Maybe later on in the region, we're going to need more higher higher profile players in the region, Alejo, who's from Argentina. And we need to promote this among the content creators, to be YouTubers. And then as a business, we want to ensure that their business ventures are successful. So, Ariane, you touched a little bit upon this question, but we have leaders in the main platforms, digital platforms with us here today. Now, how can we ensure a synergy between these digital giants and governments? You talked about the Panamanian culture being a potential export product with added value, and I think you answered that question. As content creators, when we are able to globalize from Latin America, from Iberoamerica, we need to understand that this is a shared joint audience, that we have more similarities and differences, and not just due to our language, but also the art, our cultures, the past, they're very similar in many aspects. So we have to stop thinking of ourselves as small spaces. We need to think about working together jointly to create material that we can sell or export better to other regions. And that's a conversation that we need to have during roundtable discussions so that the various ministries, regional presidents can make a decision and figure out how can we export content together, content, movies. And in the film industry, we say, and I know you've noticed this, that the US movies were able to reach audiences in other countries. It was easier for them to do them than for Latin Americans. It's because it was easier for them. Their actors are more well known. But when we start working as a region and we promote our film industry, it becomes better known, our actors become better known, we will get to that point. And this has started with co productions, work carried out jointly by countries, allowing content creators to collaborate so they can reach more countries and share audiences. In Panama, we are going to pass a new law that will create this space. It's a cinema film law, and we are going to pass it. We consider the cinema film industry as audiovisual content, and what we're trying to do with this law is we're trying to reward work with Latin America so that joining forces and cooperation can be compensated financially so that more filmmakers and content creators will have this experience. And I think this might be a the way to go. Yes, and I think that our continent, in addition to a common history, has all these similarities. And Gabi, and to start wrapping up our panel, in order to export culture, a country has to figure out what works and doesn't. And how does the Google Cloud help countries do this so that governments can make better decisions and be able to leverage more efficiently its artists and its local creators?
That is something the vice minister mentioned. How can we see what is the need and the consumption of movies, of music, and in addition, what tourists want to know about what events are going on in the country currently? Well, first of all, the use of Google Cloud reduces costs up to 50%, and also the efficiency. Instead of doing everything in local servers, with that investment, they can in turn invest more in the industry. that really need that support. And currently, the cloud facilitates a way of communication and of measuring in a quicker way. So, translation in text or audio of movies and advertisement is instantaneous currently. And you can see it very easily with AI. So you can export your products, and this is something you can see with the analysis where the consumption is, what is being consumed, where is the focus, what type of culture or art is being consumed, quote unquote. And with that, you decide where to invest in the country. That helps a lot more in terms of improving culture and access. Fantastic. Well, now, in closing, in 1 minute, if you could share your opinion with regard of if you were to choose one public policy or one strategic alliance in Latin America, something Latin America should implement today to ensure its leadership in global creative economy in before 2030. We have 1 minute, so we close this roundtable. Well, also listening to what was being commented. First, internet access. I think there is still a gap. We need to breach that gap. We cannot, well, say that it's practically closed and we think everybody has access. So for me, the first step is access, then a strategic partnership to what was commented a while ago in terms of training, access, skills, digital literacy that is real, but not only that, because what do you do with all that information that's being generated? How can people analyze this data and from there decide based on this data? I think there are certain soft skills, so to speak, that are indispensable when we have this vast universe of information to understand it on one hand, analyze it, and to be able to summarize it and then decide what to do accordingly. So that part of information is key to advance. Great. Ariane? Well, she took the easiest one. Well, where should we start? Definitely, we take it for granted that internet is accessible to everyone. I think that at this time where we are, such as culture is a right, a universal right of all citizens, the access to the internet is likewise a right. The only way of being informed to have that possibility of education and of new technologies that will take you to a better living and to decentralize culture 100%. But well, what can I say? There are places in Latin America and in our countries that don't have direct access to water. So that makes things complicated. But definitely, I believe there should be, as we see presidents sit together to bring together public policies, free trade agreements on issues related to farming, for example. We should also sit together to have a free trade agreement in how we export our materials so that people think that content creation, audiovisual, belongs to everyone. It's as if we were just a whole big country. So we can actually feel how that content moves so that sales are real, so that in turn we can create more job positions in each country. Guy? Well, repeating what I suggested earlier, what we propose is a public private partnership. Once again, talking about literacy, but of AI. Here in Panama, in the canal, and you have all the underwater cables passing through Panama, but that's the body. Talent is the soul. We need to train people so that when 2030 arrives, the talent in Panama is one of the leaders in the region in order to be able to export that talent. Well, thank you so very much on behalf of CAF Bank for the Development of Latin America and the Caribbean. I think this table has covered one of the key topics to think about the future in the region with regard to sustainable development and creative economy. So it's been a pleasure. Please let's give our panel members a big hand and we will probably continue this conversation later on. Thank you so much to everyone. For those that are following the transmission, we would like to thank you for your time. Very interesting conversation. We would like to remind you that we are interacting with you through our simultaneous transmission. We're live streaming YouTube, and we are also with the app. Remember, we have a QR code. You have to update it. You have three options for language for interpretation services: Spanish, English, and Portuguese. We are ready to talk with our next group of guests. Very valuable. All the contributions and shared experiences in this session that shows how digital platforms promote production in Latin America and the Caribbean to international markets. And of course, it's an opportunity that generates local economic development and strengthens capacities through the value chain. In our next panel, well, before our next panel, I would like to remind you a few things. First, we have a hashtag so that the conversation is not only while the panel members are speaking. There is a hashtag. We invite you, if you want to make any comments to our transmission through YouTube or social media with the different publications, or you publish something, you can do it with a hashtag Festival Voces CAF, and follow the account at Agenda CAF in X, Instagram, and also in Facebook. For our next panel, we will be sharing with you an outlook on history and change through culture. We hereby, in this panel, move on from ideas to action. We have Ivan Cardenas Donado, manager of the Gavo Foundation and faculty member of the University in Cartagena. There's another panel we will be sharing with you that has to do with landscape, design, innovation, and territorial impact, which is a meeting that will bring together benchmarks in the contemporary world, and we will analyze current plastic practices from research, very interesting, curatory, all the way to editing. We have a moderator, Claudia Casarino. Let's receive her with a big hand. She will be introducing three guests: Ana Volante, Giovanni Paluccini, and Sergio Matos and Anilena Manel. But she will share everything with you in detail. Welcome, Claudia, and the floor is yours. And for the attendees who are following our streaming, good afternoon. Please, if we have the stars of this scenario come up front, this constellation of Latin American design, whom we have the privilege of having with us. Thank you for being here, Giovanni, Sergio, Ana, and Ana Elena. It is a privilege to have you present here in this panel. Why design in a culture festival? Why talk about design? Because design gives shape to culture. Design has revolutionized the way in which we inhabit our territories. Design is part of the scenario of our daily lives. Everything is designed, everything has been thought. Behind designs are memories, policies, identities. And here we have representatives from the graphic design sector, furniture design, interior design, and the thinking behind design, curatorship. It's a great honor to have you here, and I would like each one of you to share your views, something that was unavoidable that led you to be involved in the world of design. Well, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank CAF and Claudia Casarino for inviting me and for organizing this great event to see our faces. It's very important to be able to continue these conversations. I'm a art historian, design curator for the past 20 years. And what led me to design through art is to understand that design is part of our daily life. Not all of us listening to the collectionism panel next door do we have the access or privilege of having a big painting or a sculpture in our dining room, but we all sit down on a chair every day. We drink water in a glass every single day, and we dress every day. We use objects that were designed by someone for us specifically or for us generically. And I think that is very important to understand from the memory, from the identity, and belonging. Today, we heard Rigoberta Menchú talking about recognition and to recognize the power of design, not only as objects, but also from a symbolic space, memory, identity, is very important, particularly in our current time. That's what brought me to design. Hello, everyone. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the Development Bank for Latin America because I think this is a very pertinent topic to talk about design nowadays because of the territorial impact it can have and to dignify our culture. I feel that today specifically, we should rediscover our past in order to design our future because I feel that today, in this world that is moving ahead so fast with artificial intelligence, that is really coming over us, I think that design uses as a raw material that identity to generate innovation to be able to turn it into development. So I think that design is key in economy, as was mentioned before at the beginning of the forum, and that sense of belonging beyond the functionality or ergonomy or what you mentioned. I feel that designing is a responsible action for our daily life. And as you mentioned, I am sure we all feel the same. These design and art careers or professions trapped us from our very beginning. We're very passionate and we will always work to promote development and to benefit people through design. Well, I believe that design can change and not only make our world more comfortable, it can also help people with their self esteem. If you're working with communities, it can help you with handicrafts. I believe in that because for me, design, when I got started, back when there was not so much communication or internet, the university in Brazil always offered us books with designs from Italy, from other countries. Very little did we hear about Brazil. So that is something that I experienced. And I started working from the university with Brazil's identity. And that has been reflected both in my furniture as well as in community. So what I do is I try to quote unquote rescue local identities that attracts me. I go to a public fair, I get ideas for my projects in my study. So to work with a community in the Amazon region with whom I've been working since 2014 has taught me a lot about design, about belonging, about territories. That is something I have brought to designs I do both in my study as well as in communities. Well, yes, I'm here working on the history of design for the over 40 years. And design has changed a lot, obviously. Something that has really fascinated me is the possibility of being close to people. I'm trained as an architect, but I design is something that has always attracted me. For example, we design packaging, and in packaging, packages are in people's kitchen, in their homes. So that idea of being close to people is something that really enriches everyone. And we talk about design, but things have changed a lot. I was a director of the sentiment of a prize in Brazil, one of the most important ones. And we have 14 categories, something that when I started was unheard of. It didn't exist. There was only product design, there was graphic design, but currently it has expanded too much. The possibility of designers to be able to intervene in the different fields, whether digital, environments, so many things. In addition to being fascinating for all the relationship it has with people, its expanded possibilities of working in different fields. Very interesting because each one has a common part and a personal part, and that diversity is fundamental for working and also for recognizing ourselves in that diversity. And Elena, I have a question for you. From your curatorial work, how do you or how is it possible to construct a history of Latin America design? Well, I think it's an ongoing process. It's a work in progress. I think that what Rigoberta Menchú said is important. We need to recognize ourselves in our diversity. Something I've been able to discover in recent years is that Latin America is not a static or a closed territory. There are too many stories, not only one story, many stories. History not with a capital H, but with a lower caps and in plural, because histories of design in Mexico are many. In Paraguay, they're diverse as well. And the designs, the way they approach them are different. So we need to try to build not only a story, but stories that might cross each other, might feed one another, but we need to respect that diversity and build the history of Latin American design from many voices and collectively. That is what we need to do. I think that after the experience of last year, of having had an exposition in MoMA, the hegemonical institution that intends to bring together hegemonical discourses. Maybe the resistance back then was that these are multiple stories. They're focused on building territories and voices. To recognize that we need to build all these stories collectively in this fluid space, which is Latin America. I think that's a first step. Thank you very much. Yes, not only hegemonical stories, but also seek for alternatives. Well, my intervention will be very brief. Part of the experience of working in that institution, but being an independent Latin American voice, the first thing a critique said, may MoMA die for doing these exhibits, and nobody recognized that who was behind that. It was an independent Latin American voice. They never acknowledged it. So the fourth of hegemonical institution wipes away anything. That is what we need to fight against. And that inform, such as these, feed our narrative and our stories. We need to seek for spaces for sharing our own stories from here, and that we don't need to go out there to recognize ourselves for our own recognition. People just want to throw rotten eggs at those institutions, and many times it's so noisy while people are throwing all this garbage at them that they don't hear it. So how to create spaces like these to share our own stories. Thank you for saying that. And there is something very important. We're having a lot of views in YouTube. This is being streamed, live streamed, and it will remain in that platform for future visits. Now we have a question for Anna. How can you translate material, cultural, symbolical territories to a private space, to an inhabited space? Well, it's extremely important what you commented, that context before to translate a territory. I think that the first thing we need to understand is that we need to read and translate the context where we are. We need to understand it, how we live it, how are the routines there, what are the arts and crafts there, and align it or translate these proposals not in generic designs that can work here or there, but in responsible and coherent proposals with a territory so that precisely people know that this design belongs to here. It's not from hither there. That's why responsible design practice is important. It's not just a generic list to use this finishing or the other. We need to understand what the territory offers and what does it allow us to have. If we work with a product the territory is offering us, for example, wood or clay, the textile fiber, that product will work well in that space. It will age with dignity. We will not have to change it constantly. We will generate an important impact. But beyond that, we're sustaining the region's economy. That's what we are all seeking for in order to keep traditions and these knowledges. And in this materiality, it is important to highlight the work or co-authorship, as you wish, of the artisan with the designer, precisely to be able to maintain that tradition. From the beginning of the project, there has to be a teamwork where we can challenge these challenges that we have of how the function form of the object should be and give it a twist, a contemporary twist, to include it in an inhabitable space. And I think that in interior design, in my case, when we introduce all these materials and all this tradition and this knowledge in the inhabitable space, we put in another scenario. We're also interested in to have to be visualized outwards. That's why I think it's very important to work with a territory. And in the cultural part, you also mentioned it's very important to understand for whom and why are we designing. We're in Latin America or Paraguay or Venezuela in the coastline, in the mountain. We need to understand the dynamics of the country to design in a coherent way because one space can look gorgeous, beautiful, but hostile. Why? Because there's no air circulation or good light material isn't appropriate, they will not last in time. So we need to work with the territory. That's extremely important. And when you do it, you will be able to recognize it's from there. And even if it's a microeconomy, we need to support it always. And that knowledge has to be maintained because that's what gives us identity. Beyond a symbology, they represent these knowledges in the inhabitable spaces. Thank you, Anne. I have a question for you, Sergio. In what aspect of your practice, how do you do so that the territory is no longer a context, but rather becomes a design decision? Well, my choice was to use local identity in every place I make a chair, and I always do chairs or furnishings with artisan in the communities. I think that I want the chair to tell the story of the place, of the person that built it, what type of artisan, the story of each chair, because chairs are many. What makes that chair different? That history behind it. Something else we do, mainly working with communities, is I work with indigenous communities. It's a very delicate work because we are working with ancestral identities. I can't just go to present something new, something that has nothing to do with them. So I always ask for a week or 10 days before, just listening to stories. There, they tell me the limits, what I can do. We never change the material they use. We don't change their dyes. Sometimes I work with different ethnic groups. We can't do one design for one ethnic group so that another ethnic group uses it. We have to be very careful. Everything decided among ourselves in collaboration as part of the craftsmen so that they maintain their culture, that the product we do represents them. So the concept of the design, they have to recognize themselves and that see themselves. Because if we choose, for example, a concept from nature, they all know it, they all use it, they know it comes from. So that allows us to maintain the product, the design as something local of their own territory, something that belongs to the place. Thank you very much. Giovanni, I have a question. And here I will use myself as my own reference. I'm a visual artist, but part of my practice, it's management. I can't separate working so that other visual artists also have visibility. And for me, it is very important as an artist, the legitimacy of my peers, that my peers recognize me as such, beyond the institutions that amongst artists, we can see each other working in community. That is part of what you do. You work with other designers. You're part of the Ibero-American Design Society you're representing here, and I would like to share you why, or to share with us why is it so important that we support each other among peers to generate these spaces. From the very beginning of my activity as a designer, I've always believed that in order to work together, it's very important that professionals don't believe they're on their own. I've always participated with the main design associations in Brazil because we can say that this is a new profession in some countries more, in others less, but in a general manner, design is a new career, so it's very necessary that to see that the associations are an exchange of information of practices to understand if what happens with me is the same what happens in a certain point with my competitor or my work partner, my peer. I've always thought that associations are a point of encounter that is fundamental. And in Ibero-America, designs arose from that idea of expanding visibility on Ibero-American design. We don't know our countries. I was so surprised with Panama. I know a lot about Latin America, but I hadn't been in Panama before, and I was so surprised. Generally speaking, we know each other, basically. So it is fundamental to work together, particularly in design. So when we did an exhibit in Sao Paulo on Ibero-American design, beside the images, we spoke about the country, population, size, main economic activities, because it's fundamental that our audience recognize what were the different characteristics of each country and that the design represented there represented each country in that stage in the design. So the idea here is first to exchange practices amongst designers and also to show to the world that Ibero-America design exists, that each country has a mix of handcrafts, techniques, materials, and at the same time, we're trying to rescue our cultures, cultures that are very strong, that are alive. So this participation as a group is very important so that our designs are recognized. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? I ran out of battery from my headset, so I'll work the old-fashioned way. I can hear you. Let's talk about the role of curatorship in design. It's a responsibility.
La curaduría es casi una disciplina inexistente. La vamos haciendo.
If that design is new, curatorship is non existent, we sort of start crafting it, working with the designers, trying to understand the territories. Design is a discipline in our countries. It's a 20th century discipline. Design was sort of implanted in us. And now we're beginning to understand what design is, how to carry out design within our territories. As a curator, I think you have to learn how to read that. And as a practice, to try to look at it as a manager, an administrator, and to build bridges. And to leverage on telling stories and trying to tell them as responsibly as possible. And, not trying to understand absolutely everything in the regions of people, but try to leverage connections with key people who can bring you to this point and being able to tell stories in a well positioned, respectful, responsible manner. And I think this idea, the a modern art curator, this whole concept, which was established in the 1960s, the omnipotent person who, has absolute power at art shows, etc. No, we have to move away from that because we cannot know absolutely everything. There's so many differences. We have to listen to several voices, and we have to try to build these resources responsibly with the integration of other voices. I think we're pretty much all aligned, well aligned. And we could talk about this for many hours. I know we're running behind, but I do want to ask two questions. I'm just looking at my questions. Anna, in your practice, how do you talk about spatial decisions, taking care of the environment and the location? As you mentioned it, design is a responsible practice, a very careful practice where you really have to work on context before offering a solution. And care is important because when we have a space and we understand the person, we understand what works there design wise, not the other way around. So when there's a flow in the routine in daily life, when I'm able to design a workplace for you where you can work comfortably without stress, where you can sit comfortably, you can sit well without constraints. I can't just design something because, oh, this is what I want to do. I have to design it my way. No, I have to design understanding Claudia, where she lives, what her needs are, what her requirements are, because I have to address and resolve all these issues. I have to read, I have to translate, I have to understand. You even have to understand the culture, the community of the person that you are going to work with. Because when we do understand this, the design will adjust to that routine. And I have to understand the entire context so that this care shows in the space to be lived in. Sergio, when we talk about a placement of materials, what memories or tensions seem to surface constantly in your experience because you work with the placement of materials, right? Yes, the placement of materials, we try to do that more when we work with communities. This is work that really depends on time. In the Amazon region, we work with this one type of natural fiber called, I forgot the name, but we use it to create the brooms and use it for decorations, decorative items, and this is all dependent on the time flow of the river. There's two seasons. The Amazon River is either high or low in its water. So there's a specific period of time where you can obtain the fiber. And I'm going to tell this product that I'm making, it's the memory of the river. One product might take me a year to produce. It's the memories of the river, the people. This fiber tells the story of the people, the river. It is sacred to them. It's not just the material. It brings a history. For some communities, the materials are sacred. And every time they work with a material, they show their respect, their gratitude. There's a process. And when you buy something that is this special, where the material used might change something, it might mean something completely different, then we try to use local materials, local supplies. We try to avoid as much as possible industrially produced materials. We try to do this even when we work with really large store chains or to sell outside Brazil. And we use with autonomous craftspeople. We don't want them to have to deal with intermediaries to sell their products, to generate their creations. And with some craftswomen, we're doing our research, we're studying, we're working on the design. And this is something important for the indigenous community. They know the utilitarian use of the material because they don't use decorative items. I mean, they have no lamps, they don't have any fruit bowls, because a fruit bowl is a cultural concept from another culture. I would say to them a whole week I used the term fruit bowl, and this one lady, Maria, asked me, what is a fruit producer of a fruit basket, a fruit bowl. What is this? She couldn't understand it because for them, this concept entails a tree that produces a fruit. So we want to bring to market a vision of all the knowledge that they possess. I love the concept of the fruit container item. And I love to listen to this textile fiber concept, and in your community, do some tasks. Are some tests done by women or by men solely? Because in my case in Venezuela, the women weave certain types of objects and the men weave another specific sets. The women that we work with in Venezuela They gather at night and they sing and they talk about their day, and it's their circle, and they use this time to weave. And this whole narrative, it's so important to know it in order to translate it to the space, the item, so it's not lost. And then we also talk about how in the cultures weaving is taught by the grandmother to the granddaughter, because the mother is the one that is working to earn a living. Yes, that concept of working with the materials at night, because fibers, you can work better with them at night because they're moister, they're softer to work with. During the daytime they're too dry and they might break. And an issue before, in the indigenous communities were very sexist, very macho oriented. Men did this kind of work, women did this other type of work. There could be no mixing of duties, of chores. And now many communities are sustaining themselves through the handicrafted items. So many men are now learning what women used to work on. And it's very interesting that you brought that up. In order to design, there's a position. The granddaughter has always to be in the back of the grandmother. The granddaughter has to be behind the grandmother. So there's this whole story, there's this whole process. It's wonderful to exchange them. And we're going to start wrapping up. And I want to mention something that Giovanni mentioned in the beginning, because we're talking about the landscape forms here. And you said that everyone in their kitchen has some kind of packaging that's been designed. This is part of our daily lives. It's packaging in which a graphic designer not only added design, but they had to add product information, but they designed it. They generated a form. It's interesting for me how graphic designers, their daily tasks, they're part of our landscapes, our design. Well, we remember that design comes from the Latin mas signare, which means to give meaning to. And it's sort of what related to what Sergio mentioned. There's tons of chairs, designed, some are poorly designed, others are well designed, some don't even involve the designers. But our role is to provide meaning, significance to the products, what we work on. And something else that's very interesting is that design is close to people. It brings the possibility, in my case, to work with such different universes. And this forces you to learn and dig deeper into these other universes. It might be an NGO that works with children, or it might be, a cleaning company. These are totally different worlds, universes, and then it's hard to understand, what they need. So you have to think about the meaning that you have to give to each project. Once I saw a presentation by Iko Tenato, the great Japanese designer, and he would say, well, who are the customers? Who are the clients? Because he would say, the people who look for my services, they know exactly which solution I'm going to provide. So whoever came to him as a client knew what they were looking for. But in my very diverse universe of clients, I need to try to understand each one of them. I have to figure out what will communicate things better, and I need to satisfy and understand each one of these customers, clients. Yes, aligned with what you said, I think this is all reduced to the experience that we are selling to the customer, the user, whether we're talking about furniture or a brand. We have to avoid the trap of being generic. In my case, when we work as interior designers and we have to make a generic proposal, for example, like a hotel lobby or whatever. Yes, it can be generic and we talk about a price, but then when we delve into the details, we have to make sure the acoustics function, that the lighting is right, and you have to design something specific for that user, that customer, and that makes a difference. It's going beyond when you look or work with a designer. Well, I would like to thank you immensely for allowing me to be the moderator for this panel. Design is memory, design is responsibility, design is legacy, it's history. There's no life without design. And all the work you perform is admirable. I am a fan of each one of you, and it's been my privilege to be here with you. I would love to talk to you about design for hours without end, but I hope that this will be the initial point for us to meet again and be able to have initiatives such as this one, and so that we can gather and we can talk about design as such. Yes, because design as a discipline was not integrated into other forums, but now we have to integrate it because there's an emphasis in the region. We see design is being performed, we have to talk about it, and it has to be integrated. Before, design was not integrated, it was not part of economic development. So now we have made inroads. Yes, there's always been talk about this absurd dichotomy that design has no value. Design has intrinsic value, not because it is art or it wants to be art, but because of its own special characteristics. Well, art, uh, singular, does not exist anymore. It's the arts, and design is one of the arts. And design and landscape, and it's all part of it. Yes, and I think that at such a large, important event, to be talking about design, about this visual aspect, it's very important. They talked about the creative economy before they talked about art economy, but they didn't include design, interior design, landscaping, etc. So, we have to continue walking on this path so that our discipline is present as it deserves to be, because design is not only cultural, but it has a huge economic importance. We know that design generates many results from the economic standpoint. So we're starting very well, but we have a long road ahead of us. I would just like to add something else. In Latin America, we have to be cognizant of what's happening, how many people are visiting us to see what we are working on, what we're doing, and they might have done these things before. But I mentioned Brazil. I mentioned Paraíba, small state, and I walk for about an hour, or if I take a drive, I'm in a totally different environment. There's so much environmental diversity, and there's so much you can do in Brazil, in Latin America. If you can only imagine the potential we have to show, the materials, the inputs, the textiles, the styles, the presentation I watched today, it just was food, a feast for my eyes. It's such richness, variety, culture. So we have to believe in ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, now we are going to take the official photograph of our panelists, and we would like to invite you next to pause, and we will resume presentations in this room at 4 o'clock. And right now, I would like to invite you to check the agenda displayed in our website caf.com, so you can be apprised of more specific details. I'd like to thank Sergio and Elena, all our panelists, their masterful presentation on design and its impact on the territory. And afterward, we'll have Lina Mondragon, Franco Rodriguez Ahumada, and others. Please continue interacting with us on social media. And at 4:05, we will resume panels in this room. Thank you. We hope we can see you then.
sighs.
If you want my loving, if you really do, don't be afraid, baby. Just ask me, you know I'm gonna give it to you. Oh, and I do declare I wanna see you with me. Stretch out your arms, little boy, you're gonna get it. 'Cause I love you, oh. There ain't no doubt about it, baby, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, baby, I love you. If you feel you wanna kiss me, go right ahead, I don't mind. All you got to do is snap your fingers. Down come running out in line. Oh, what you want, little boy, you know you got it. I deny my own self before I see you without it. 'Cause I love you, oh. There ain't no doubt about it, baby, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you, baby, I love you. If you want my loving, all you got to do is snap your fingers. I've got to stop you from saying goodbye. I ain't lying, baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Suicide blonde, suicide blonde, suicide blonde, suicide blonde. Suicide blonde was the color of her hair, like a cheap distraction for a new affair. She knew it would finish before it began. Something tells me you lost the plan. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. Drip to the beats, but her clothes stayed on. White light everywhere, but you can't see a thing. I just squeeze a mad, sad moment. you see the color of deception, turning your world around again? You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her suicide blonde, love devastation, suicide blonde. You wanna make her love devastation, blonde, suicide blonde.
Let me take your hand, I'm shaking like me. Turning blue all over the windows and the floor. Fires outside in the sky look as perfect as cats. The two of us together again. It's just the same, a stupid game. I don't care if you don't, and I don't feel if you don't, and I don't want it if you don't, and I won't say it if you won't say it first. You think you're tired now, but wait until 3. Laughing at Christmas lights you remember from December. All of this, then back again. Another girl, another game. Stay alive, but stay the same. It's just the same, a stupid game. But I don't care if you don't, and I don't feel if you don't, and I don't want it if you don't, and I won't say it if you won't say it first. You can't even see now, so you ask me the way. You wonder if it's real, because it couldn't be rain. But through the right doorway and into the white room, it used to be dust that would lay here when I came here alone. But I don't care if you don't, and I don't feel if you don't, and I don't want it if you don't. Why won't say it if you won't say it first? Oh, to bed.
Taken in again, wrapped around the finger of some fair weather friend, caught up in the promises, left out in the end. No pride, taken for a ride. You say I'm the only one when I look in your eyes. I want to believe you, but you know how to lie. You say you understand, I don't believe it. And when you reach out for my hand, I don't believe it. And if you say you take the blame, I don't believe it. And if you say that nothing's changed, I don't believe it, don't believe it. One born every minute you're looking at him. And if you say you want me near, I don't believe it. And when you're holding back the tears, I don't believe it. And when you swear that you are mine, I don't believe it. And it's your heart that's on the line. Don't believe it. Taken in again, wrapped around the finger of some fair weather friend, caught up in the promises, left out in the end. No pride, taken for the ride. You say I'm the only one when I look in your eyes. I'd love to believe you, but you know how to lie. Taken in again. Someone saw me coming, a fool without a friend. I want to believe you when you say you understand.
Walk in your rainbow paradise, paradise. Strawberry lipstick, state of mind, state of mind. I get so lost inside your eyes. Would you believe it? You don't have to say you love me. You don't have to say nothing. You don't have to say you're mine, honey. it's the only thing I'll ever do. Like it's the only thing I'll ever do. Like it's the only thing I'll ever do. Car rides to Malibu, strawberry ice cream, spoon for two, and trading jackets, laughing about how small it looks on you. Watching reruns of Glee, singing in harmony. I bet she's breaking to all her friends, seeing you're so unique. So when you gonna tell her we did that too? She thinks it's special, but it's so reused. That was our place. I found it first. I made the jokes you told to her when she's with you. Do you get deja vu when she's with you? Do you get deja vu? Do you call her? Almost say my name, 'cause let's be honest, we're gonna do sound the same. Another actress. I hate to think that I was just your type. Strawberry ice cream in Malibu. Don't act like we didn't do that shit too. You're trading jackets like we used to do. Everything is all reused. I know you get deja vu. I know you get deja vu.
Now, don't look back, we've drawn the line. Move on, it's no good to go back in time. I'll never find another girl like you. For happy endings it takes two. With fire and ice, the dream won't come true. Sarah, Sarah, storms are brewing in your eyes. Sarah, Sarah, no time is a good time for goodbye. Danger in the game when the stakes are high. Branded, my heart was branded while my senses stood by. I'll never find another girl like you. For happy endings it takes two. With fire and ice, the dream won't come true. Sarah, Sarah, storms are brewing in your eyes. Sarah, Sarah, no time is a good time for goodbye. Loved me like no one has ever loved me before. Hurt me, no one could ever hurt me more. Sarah, nobody loved me anymore. I'll never find another girl like you. For happy endings it takes two. With fire and ice in a dream. Sarah, Sarah, storms are brewing in your eyes. Sarah, Sarah, no time is a good time for good. Sarah, Sarah, storms are brewing in your eyes. Sarah, Sarah, no time like the first time. Oh, Sarah, Sarah. I have nothing else to say. I've been like an open book that you've been reading for a while. But I'm a little tired, 'cause every time I ask about your character, you keep avoiding the talk. Even if you read my pages, their whole story until we first met. You tell I'm always myself, I would show you everything. I just want to read your chapters, maybe even write some numbers. I won't take a second look, share your secrets, I'll be good. Take your carpet down. green. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, no, you don't fool me. The heart doesn't show, but it'll pay as you grow. It's no stranger to you or me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord, you can feel it coming in the air tonight.
I'm not the one that you've been shedding for. I'm not the one who's coming back from work, but you know why. Been through this so many times, you know why. It's never clear response on mine. Going round and round, 'cause you can't get on your feet. Going round and round, still taking all the heat. Going round and round, never let it down. I'm not the one whose memories still keeping. I'm not the one who's stuck in your sleep, 'cause you know why. I don't have to tell you twice, you know why. Know you when you wearing so nice. Going round and round,
overheat, going round and round, never let it down. I'm not the one that you be breaking in. I'm not the one that you be talking in. You know why. Tried and tried to crack the shell. You know why. When you fake it's hard to tell. Going round and round, 'cause you can't get on your feet. Going round and round, and still taking over lead. Going round and round, never let it down.
So much for your promises. They died the day you let me go. Caught up in a web of lies, but it was just too late to know. I thought it was you who would stand by my side. I know you're giving me nothing but shattered dreams, shattered dreams. Feels like I could run away from this empty heart. Woke up to reality and found the future not so bright. I dreamt the impossible, that maybe things could work out right. I thought it was you who did me no wrong. And now you're giving me nothing but shattered dreams, shattered dreams. Feels like I could run away from this empty heart. And now you're giving me nothing but shattered dreams, shattered dreams. Feels like I could run away from this empty heart. Darling, you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Always stay, stay, stays. You happy when I'm on my knees? One day is fine and next is black. So if you want me off your back, well come on, let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble, and if I stay, it will be double. So come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Decisions bagging me. If you don't want me, set me free. Exactly whom I'm supposed to be. Don't you know which clothes even fit me? So come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble, and if I stay, it will be double. So you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Maybe I lost you and I go far, far away. Maybe I lost you, I don't know what happened to me. Maybe I lost you, I don't wanna dance anymore. Maybe I lost you, I don't wanna cry, cry no more. You always told me, please don't lose your touch. You always showed me how to laugh and smile and stand and cry and shine and wait and be answered. Maybe I lost you, I don't wanna dance anymore. Maybe I lost you, I don't wanna cry, cry My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire. Na 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 na. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What is looking for? Free from desire, mind and senses purified. Free from desire. Na 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 na.
And show me how to do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. Oh, the one that makes me laugh, she said. And threw her arms around my neck. And show me how to do it. And I promise, I'll run away with you. Spinning on that dizzy edge, I kiss her face and kiss her head, and thought of all the different ways I had to make her glow. Oh, why are you so far away? She said. Why don't you ever know that I'm in love with you? Oh, I'm so in love with you, yes. You, soft and only, you, lost and lonely, you, strangest angels, dancing in the deepest ocean, twisting in the water. You're just like a dream. And daylight pushed me into shade. I must have been and only, and you lost and lonely, and you just like heaven.
All my life is changing every day in every possible way. And all my dreams is never quite as it seems, never quite as it seems. I know I felt like this before, but now I'm feeling it even more, because it came from you. Then I open up and see the person falling here is me, a different way to be. Oh. I want more, impossible to ignore, impossible to ignore. And they'll come true, impossible not to do, impossible not to do. And now I tell you openly, you have my heart, so don't hurt me. You're what I couldn't find, a totally amazing mind, so understanding and so kind. You're everything to me. All my life is changing every day in every possible way. And all my dreams is never quite as it seems, 'cause you're a dream to me, a dream to me. to try. Tell you that I'm sorry for all the things I've done. When I start to try to tell you, that's when you have to tell me, hey, this kind of trouble's only just begun. I tell myself too many times, why don't you ever learn to keep your big mouth shut? That's why it hurts so bad to hear the words that keep falling from your mouth. Falling from your mouth. Falling from your mouth. Tell me why. I may be mad, I may be blind, I may be viciously unkind, but I can still read what you're thinking. And I've heard it said too many times that you'd be better off besides. Why can't you see this boat is sinking? So let's go down to the water's edge, and we can cast away those doubts. Some things are better left unsaid, but they still turn me inside out. Turn me inside out. Turn me inside out. So tell me why. This is the book I never read. These are the words I never said. This is the path I'll never tread. These are the dreams I'll dream instead. And this is the joy that seldom spread. These are the tears we shed. This is the fear, this is the dread. These are the contents of my head. And these are the years that we have spent. This is what they represent. Oh, this is how I feel. Do you know how I feel? I don't think you know how I feel. I don't think you know how I feel. You don't know how I feel.
Cream, get on top. Cream, you will cop. Cream, don't you stop. Cream, shaboogie pop. This is it. It's time for you to go to the wire. You will hate, 'cause you got the burning desire. It's your time. You got the home, so why don't you blow it? You are fine. You're filthy cute and baby, you know it. Cream, get on top. Cream, you will cop. Cream, don't you stop. Cream, shaboogie pop. You're so good, baby, there ain't nobody better. So you should never ever go by the letter. You're so cool, everything you do is success. make the rules, break them all, 'cause you are the best. You are cream, get on top, cream, you will cup, cream, don't you stop, cream, shaboogie pop. Do your dance. Why should you wait any longer? Take a chance. It could only make you stronger. It's your time. You got the horn, so why don't you blow it? You're so fine. You're filthy cute and baby, you know it. Come on, cream, get on top, cream, you will cup, cream, don't you stop, cream, shaboogie. If you need a friend, don't look to a stranger. You know in the end, I'll always be there. But when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, just take a good look around, and I will be there. Oh, yes, I will.
I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be, but if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you I will.
When your day is through, and so is your temper, you know what to do. I'm gonna always be there. Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended. These words just came out with no cross to bear.
I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be, and if I had to walk the world, I'd make you fall for me. I promise you. I gotta tell you, I promise you I will. Now here you go again. You say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to
and what you have and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Women, they will come and they will go. Yeah. When the rain washes you clean, you will know. You know. Now here I go again. I see the crystal vision. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dream. And have you any dreams you'd like to sell? Dreams of loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. And the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had and what you lost. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Say women, they will come and they will go. Yeah. When the rain washes you clean, you will know. You will know. My baby, he don't talk sweet. He ain't got much to say. But he loves me, loves me, loves me, loves me, loves me. I know he loves me anyway. And maybe he don't dress fine, but I don't really mind. 'Cause every time he pulls me near, I just wanna cheer. Let's hear it for the boy.
We always have a real good time. And maybe it seems off key, but that's alright by me. Yeah. 'Cause what he does so well. It makes me wanna yell. Let's hear it for the boy. Let's give the boy a hand. Let's hear it for my baby. You know you gotta understand. Maybe it's no Romeo, but he's my loving one-man show. She leads a lonely life. She leads a lonely life. When she woke up late in the morning light, and the day has just begun, she opened up her eyes and thought, oh, what a morning. It's not a day for work, it's a day for catching time. Just lying at the beach and having fun. She's going to get you. All that she wants is an elevator. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is an elevator. Yeah. All that she wants is an elevator. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is an elevator. Yeah. So if you are inside and the day is right, she's the hunter, you're the fox. The gentle voice that talks to you won't talk forever. It is a night for passion, but the morning means goodbye. Beware of what is flashing in her eyes. She's going to get you. All that she wants is an elevator. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is an elevator. Yeah. All that she wants is an elevator. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is an elevator. Yeah. At home, drawing pictures of mountain tops with him on top. Lemon yellow sun, arms racing a bee that lay in pools of maroon below. Daddy didn't give attention all to the fact that mommy didn't care. King Jeremy, the wicked, ruled his world. Jeremy spoken last today. Jeremy spoken last today.
Picking on the boy seemed a harmless little thing. Oh, but we unleashed the lion, gnashed his teeth and bit the Reese's lady's breast. How could I forget? And he hit me with a surprise left. My jaw left hurting, dropped wide open, just like the day, oh, like the day I heard. Daddy didn't give affection, and the boy was something that mommy wouldn't wear. King Jeremy, the wicked, ruled his world during his spoken class today. During his spoken class today. Try to forget this. Try to erase this from the backboard. During his spoken class today.
Pretty baby with the high heels on, you're giving me fever like I never known. You're just a product of a loveliness. I like the groove of your walk, your talk, your dress. I feel your fever from miles around. I'll pick you up in my car and we'll paint the town. Just kiss me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, babe, make me feel. You really turn me on, turn me on. You knock me off of my feet now, baby, off of my feet now. My lonely days are gone. I like the feeling you're giving me. Just hold me, baby, and I'm in an ecstasy. Oh, I'll be working from 9 to 5 to buy you things to keep you by my side. I never felt so in love before. Just promise, baby, you'll love me forevermore. I swear I'm keeping you satisfied, 'cause you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, babe, make me feel. You really turn me on, turn me on. You knock me off of my feet now, baby, off of my feet now. My lonely days are gone, my lonely days are gone. Come on now. I never felt so in love before. Just promise, baby, you'll love me forevermore. I swear I'm keeping you satisfied. That you're the one for me. The way you make me feel, babe. You really turn me on. You knock me off of my feet now, babe. A lonely days ago.
Crashing, hit a wall. Right now I need a miracle. Hurry up now, I need a miracle. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down. Running out of time. I really thought you were on my side. And now there's nobody on my side. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. Say I need you right now. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me down. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down.
Stand in line, marking time, waiting for the word
can buy a job. The man that sticks with Harry's bias that catches a poor old lady's eyes. Just for fun, he says, get a job. That's just the way it is. Some things never change. That's just the way it is. Ah, but don't you believe them? Say, little boy, you can't go with the others go, 'cause you don't look like they do. Say, hey old man, how can you stand to think that way? Did you really think about it before you made the rules? He said, that's just the way it is. Some things never change. That's just the way it is. Ah, but don't you believe them? They passed a law in '64 to give those who ain't got a little more, but it only goes so far. 'Cause the law don't change another's mind when all it sees at hiring time is the line on the color bar. But who knows? That's just the way it is. Some things never change. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
I was born in a city where the winter nights don't ever sleep. So this life's always with me. The eyes inside my brain will never bleed. Every time you try to fix me, I know you'll never find that missing piece. And when you cry and say you miss me, I'll lie and tell you that I'll never leave. I don't wanna sacrifice for your love. I'll try. I don't wanna sacrifice, but I love my time. I was born in a city where the winter nights don't ever sleep. So this life's always with me. The eyes inside my face will never bleed. I sacrifice your love for more of the night. I try to put up a fight. Can tie me down. Hold you through the toughest
friend. Don't look to a stranger. You know in the end I'll always be there. But when you're in doubt, and when you're in danger, just take a good look around, and I will be there. Oh, yes, I will.
I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be, but if you wait around a while, I'll make you fall for me. I promise you I will.
When your day is through, and so is your temper, you know what to do. I'm gonna always be there. Sometimes if I shout, it's not what's intended. These words just came out with no cross to bear.
I'm sorry, but I'm just thinking of the right words to say. I know they don't sound the way I planned them to be, and if I had to rock the world, I'd make you fall for me. I promise you. I gotta tell you, I promise you I will.
Ooh, oh, oh. Now that I've lost everything to you, say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Baby, I'm grieving, and if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear, but then a lot of nice things turn bad out there. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child girl. Know I've seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two, 'cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad, and beware, beware. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child girl. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Baby, I love you, but if you wanna leave, have a lot of nice friends out there. Just remember there's a lot of bad and beware. Beware. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. Hard to get by just upon a smile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. Always remember you like a child girl. I'll always remember you like a child girl.
Thank you.
Listen as your day unfolds. Challenge what the future holds. Try and keep your head up to the sky. Lovers, they may cause you tears. Go ahead, release your fears. Stand up and be counted. Don't be ashamed to cry. You gotta be bad. You gotta be bold. You gotta be wiser. Herald what your mother said. Read the books your father read. Try to solve the puzzles in your own sweet time. Some may have more cash than you. Others take a different view. My, oh my. Hey, hey, hey. You gotta be bad, you gotta be bold, you gotta be wiser.
We are back. We're back. We're moving ahead with the conversations of the silent room. I would like to remind you that this is a silent room. There is a QR code that will appear on the screen. You have to scan it. Remember to request if you don't have headsets, take one on the main table so you can follow the conversation. You will only listen through your headphones, linking it to the QR code. Remember, headsets in the room, in the entrance, the app, there are two options. Once you scan the QR code, there are three languages: Spanish, Portuguese, English, and we're also live through our YouTube channel, our CAF YouTube channel. And now we are ready with the first of the second part of today's meeting of this CAF Festival. And we'll talk about a festival of ideas, passing from ideas to action. This space gathers allies with transformative ideas in remote territories who share histories of change, of growth through culture. This conversation will cover how cultural investment promotes innovation processes and also connection, generating opportunities so that more communities are the protagonists of their own cultural development. I would like to invite the moderator who will be presenting the panel members and to monitor this conversation. He is from the Gavo Foundation, faculty member of the Cartagena University, Ivan Cárdenas Donado, whom I invite to come up front so that he can invite the speakers so that we can hear about this festival of ideas, passing from ideas to action. Let's give Ivan Cárdenas Dorado a big hand. Welcome. Can you hear me? Well, first of all, good afternoon. This is moving like ideas. Good afternoon, one and all. For me, it's a huge pleasure to be here with you. I would like to thank CAF Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean for this invitation, and of course, the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Panama. To be in a festival of ideas and that you have to moderate a panel called Festival of Ideas from Ideas to Action, well, for me, undoubtedly, it's thought provoking to have a wonderful conversation, but particularly a conversation to learn. So, what a better way of doing it than with the panel that will accompany me this afternoon? I would like to invite to this scenario Lina Mondragon from Colombia. She's Vice President of Strategy and uh, of Corfi Colombiana Foundation, and she's a director as well. Welcome, Lina. We also have, be careful, the chair moves. From Bolivia, we have Mario Rivera, president of the Flanes Foundation. I am delighted to share this space with Velia Villar, a Colombian writer and director of the Motete Corporation. And closing, we have Franco Núñez, director of Villa Cerro Castillo High School. It's a technical school. Well, as you can see, we have guests from different countries, from different regions, with very different projects. And the best way to begin this space is that we have a context introduction. Let's get to know better what are the projects you represent, what do you do, where do you work, and where do you carry out the activities you are carrying out. Fundación Cofre Colombiana, Flades, Motete Corporation, and the technical school. The name is uncommon. And if you would like to share with us what Villa Cerro Castillo is. So let's first have a context, and who would like to begin? Anybody can start. I can begin. Okay, Lina, welcome. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. We would like to thank CAF for this invitation. CAF was my home for many years, so I feel like I'm returning back home, and it's marvelous to talk about culture. At this moment, I work for the Corte Colombiana Foundation. The Corte Colombiana Foundation is a social innovative instrument that Corfi Colombiana has to accompany your companies in the implementation of their sustainability strategy. Corfi Colombiana is a holding of capital investment in Latin America, mainly in Colombia, and it has investment in different sectors of the economy. So there are investments in agro industry, in tourism, in infrastructure, what that is physical infrastructure, energy and gas, and now we began working in the entertainment sector. So what we do from the foundation is to accompany companies, as I said, in initiatives that strengthen their relations with the environment and the planet, with the groups of interest, the stakeholders around them, in order to develop many initiatives with communities. That is the reason why CAF invited me to this panel, because we have some initiatives for developing community tourism that we have been promoting in Colombia for a number of years that have been quite innovative, and where we develop the tourism destinations hand in hand with the community, promoting their culture and putting it at the service of the future development of those communities. So that is what I will be speaking later on. Fantastic. Mario. Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. I represent the Foundation Flades. Our foundation has existed for over 20 years. We work in rural settings in Bolivia in what we call forgotten people. We work on four pillars: the environment, culture, production, and gender. We've been working with CAF for a number of years. They support us specifically in a project we have in Chiquitania in the Department of Santa Cruz. I will comment later on what it is about, the work we're doing in these areas. We also work in orange economy. What we're seeking for is production that people generate. It's not that we leave and afterwards the projects end. Thank you. Melida. Well, 10 years ago, approximately, I returned back to a place I was born, which is the department of Chocó, in Vallasolano specifically. I was seeking for a life with purpose, to connect to something that allowed me to go beyond, to give some sense to my life. And in that process, Motete was born. The Educational and Cultural Corporation called Motete is a nonprofit organization where we work for the development of critical thinking for exercising active citizenship. How do we do it? That's a big question. We work with reading. We have a program called a letter jungle. This is done in school and unschooled settings where children are trained as readers. Imagine that, 2 weeks meeting people to train them as readers. But in that path, you develop communication and language skills. You learn to recognize others, to recognize your community, to write. And we have Flecho, which is a festival in Chocó, a book festival, which is one of the most important one in our country. In March, we will celebrate our ninth version. Something very special of our organization is that we work in the department of Chocó and in the region of Urabá, in the department of Antioquia. This is in the biogeographic Chocó, the westernmost, northernmost of Colombia, bordering with Panama, where most of the Afro-Colombian population lives. We are a very special territory with a very high racialized population, both Afro descendants as well as native. It's 1% of the planet, and we have 10% of the biodiversity of the planet. That is, we are working to guarantee cultural rights where practically we lack everything. The main rights, we have an extraordinary wealth, but there has been a structural racism that has hindered our comprehensive development. That is where we carry out our work. Franco. Oh, good afternoon. I'm Franco Núñez Ahumada, director of the Technical School Cerro Castillo at the very end of the world. That's where I work in a local public education system in the Coyhaique region. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you. Our community has 120 students in a rural area. From up to fourth year, we're the only high school in the region, and our specialty is tourism. I think it is important to have dialogue with educational communities. If we want to talk about culture, innovation, we have to do it where we need to plant. And the best moment is in early childhood when students are developing. And with CAF, with a project developed in 2025, where we were fortunate enough to have the president of the bank in a rural community with his entourage, that was a breaking point. They gave us a library, and it was a learning pole. Children from rural settings were interested in reading, and we saw there was an impact in learning through reading. And for 2026, we have many expectations. We have a project we're thinking of, which is called My Mother Reads to You, where we will incorporate other stakeholders so that they can read to students. That's being consulted right now. We have to talk about this because many ideas just end as ideas if they don't receive support. Thank you, Franco. Now let's have a round of specific questions for each of the panel members. And I hope this is a space that is a space for everybody to learn and for transfer of knowledge thanks to the experience of each of your projects. And we talk about how to pass from ideas to action. I don't want to focus on the anecdotal part of your projects, but rather in the most meaningful lessons you've learned during the activities you've carried out. Undoubtedly, cultural projects face many challenges, and perhaps many of those that are here might have an idea, a draft project, and you're just waiting for somebody to give you an advice to help you to give that step ahead, to move from the idea to an action. Usually, when we talk about cultural projects, you definitely to talk about funding. I think one of the biggest challenges we face in cultural projects is their funding. How to have a good and sound enterprise with stable financing. And I would like to begin with you, Elia. Talk about the challenge. How, from Motete Corporation, have you faced the challenge of financing? How have you built this sound project in the last 10 years? And how do you do what you do in the Choco, as you just explained to us? Yes, the first thing I must say is that we began with 0 pesos. It was me with a basket. That's what a motete is. It's a basket made of straw where you put things. It's used to carry food, fish, wild animals, meat. And I thought we have to fill it with books. So I had one motete with books and the other one with tangerines. That was it. Zero money. Now we have 110 million pesos this year. It's approximately $250,000. And to date, we have practically insured 98% of our budget. How? It's important that you know the proportion of the money we're talking about. First thing is that we design programs that are clear and sound. We are not activists. It's not like, let's see what happens along the way. No, we have programs. We call them institutional and foundational programs that are very clear because when you have your programs clear in your mind, you can talk with people that can finance you very clearly. First of all, having done this with very little resources, we didn't exercise. And we took the list of the 100 biggest companies in the country and revised which one had corporate foundations. And beside them, we put the mission of the foundation. There, we realized with which we coincided, those we didn't coincide with, we rejected them because it was not about talking to people we didn't have any coincidences with. Of those we coincided, we asked for an appointment one by one. This is initially what we did. We are not contractor for the state. We look for partners to fund our mission project. What happened? We started building long-term relationships, and we have a relationship of trust that is very important with our partners. So I can share both my success stories as well as my failures. And I talk about my fears. We don't work too quickly. It's taken us sometimes to a year and a half, working on a project. And after that period, we receive the first cent. And we're not concerned about that because that is precisely what it is about. I don't want to receive money to do whatever. This is something that we have to do together. We have shared purposes, right? That's why we're in this. So there is a clear conversation, and together we define where we'll be focusing on. So one of our great partners is Sura Foundation. They know that for us, the well being of our team is important. They increase our resources with the intention of giving better salaries to the work team, and they know each person. But this is a result of the long term relationship. It's a very transparent relationship. So, what would I say in summary? You need to have a lot of patience, of transparency, and do projects that are rubber like. Remember that Flecho, which is the festival for literature, is done every year. It's in March. What do? I either do it bigger or smaller depending on my resources. But it is fundamental to do it. Otherwise, it won't be a mission program. If I depend on the funds from my partners, I have an organization. I don't have cultural projects, right? For us, these are important and key points in the financing process. Some time ago, we won a project among 600 organizations in Latin America with Tinker Foundation in New York. After 3 years, we are still partners of Tinker, even if they don't disburse any funds, but they have found in us other ways of collaborating. That is what walking with a partner implies. It's a lifelong partner. Thank you, Belga. Mario. Let's move on to another challenge. How, from cultural management, can we articulate ourselves with other fields, other sectors, specifically with the environment and sustainability? I love this description you have on Flade's webpage of the work you do. And you say you work for a Bolivia that is environmentally friendly, sustainable, and culturally strong. How do you do that? How do you articulate? How do you carry out this dialogue with the population you work with that are children and adolescents? Well, as I said, they are our pillars, and we work on that. We don't begin a single project unless we respect the four pillars. The one we are working with CAF is in Chiquitania. It's a forsaken town. It's a World Heritage declared by UNESCO. It's very distant. It has certain particularities. 60% are children. Then women, elderly, very few men, because the crisis has driven them to leave the community due to economic reasons. It's a town that usually suffers from forest fires 2 years ago. 10,000 acres of their virgin forest was burned, plus thousands of hectares in their community. So we seek for sustainability. A school of music that's based on production. We have created in 8 communities. In each of them, we've created communal enterprises where we have moringa curcuma or turmeric, vanilla, and others. These are enterprises. 15% of the profit is for maintenance of the school music. When we came, there were 14 students under a beautiful tree called Toberoche, and they had no teachers. At this moment, we have 6 teachers. From 14 students, we have over 250. And we work on environmental issues. We have a program called Zero Fire to control forest fires. We do satellite monitoring. Children, which is most of the population, and their mothers receive instructions. They're taught what they have to do to prevent fires. Sometimes they don't cause them, well, most of the time, but we've explained to them that you have to tackle them in the first days. If you don't, as soon as you see the first flame, something that happened to us in Bolivia some years ago, 16 million hectares were burned. If I'm not mistaken, that's almost twice the size of Panama. So we work joining efforts. And with children, we work on restoring forests, which is different from reforestation. It's restoring, restoration of forests with children, with their mothers. So, as I said, they have to respect nature. We have to respect nature. We are to blame with the advancement of agriculture and cattle husbandry. So many people do a practice called jaqueo, which is burning thrush. Nina, I am struck by the fact that Corfi Colombiana Foundation works in 21 of the 32 departments in Colombia. Departments are the administrative territorial units. In a diverse country with many gaps where the territorial approach of the projects are very important in cultural management, and when there's a lot of criticism, I'm from the Colombian Caribbean side, to understand that things that function in other contexts perhaps aren't replicable in other contexts. So I would like to ask, how is that challenge of Fundación Fi Colombia to build impactful projects with a community that are aligned to the needs of the territory, where the community is a clear voice, like you commented in the description of what you do? Yes, thank you for the question. It's been a wonderful process, many lessons learned. I think that something key is the fact that the community is a protagonist of the transformation, not the company. The company just mobilizes resources, some tools. They put them at the service of the community. They give them ideas and triggers, but they are the ones that transform. So key is to give them that protagonism, because at the end it's their territory. It's their life project. It's their reality. It's not of the company. The company is just one actor amongst many others. So something key is to listen to them, build with them. That is why these spaces of tourism development that are two, one in San Luis de Palenque, a municipality that dates 72 years have been created, in Casanar, in the plains of Colombia, and Ambalema, Tolima. It's a municipality of almost 500 years of foundation. This year's its 499th anniversary. You are invited. We will have a magic festival. It's a second version of the magic festival. So these are municipalities with different realities, but with a lot to offer in terms of their identity. On one hand, um, an experience of what the area called llano, the plains that have a different gastronomy, or their cuisine is different, their culture is different. So you can have a safari on one hand and learn how to do corn fritters, and another different experience would be to visit the other municipality that borders with the Magdalena River, and also to walk along its streets, because it's a municipality that was very important in the Colombian's economy due to the tobacco boom. So it has a magnificent railroad. It's been marvelous to see how, when you, with a community, give the value of all that you have around their territory, and they are the ones that put together tourism proposals, products, they get organized. So they have a governance that's well established amongst them. They make decisions from an organizational standpoint. Today, they are beginning with processes, co-creation processes. They are the ones that carry out. So it's very important for other initiatives that are not of tourism development to begin with the base that the ones that know the territory are the ones that live there and not foreigners. And we've been able to strengthen our relationship with these communities. At the end, that's the corporate sense we have, why we make this effort through Corfi Colombiana Foundation. There are always projects, they're just possibilities, but it's important to give this space for creating those that are there, and that culture can be at the service of building a future and a municipality project, a personal project in some cases, and to accompany them so that this moves ahead. So we've accompanied entrepreneurs that decided to do a tourism agency or a restaurant, or another one that had an infrastructure that allows them to do other tourism activities. Everything is born from them, the ownership of their heritage, of their cultural history, of their municipality, and what surrounds them is what entails of value for them to promote these processes. And today we have two municipalities in Colombia that can visit us and they can an autochthonous experience hand in hand with a community. They're the ones that show you around, who sell it, and we just accompany them. Franco, back to you. Let's talk about international cooperation's role. Furthermore, for managing cultural projects, there is a characteristic in this panel that is that these are places in distant territories where there is very little presence of the state's institutionality, where there is very little productive capability from the private enterprise. So the role of multilateral agencies for cultural management and how you have been able to access resources, technical support, or other resources that allow you to do work as such. International support is vital, as well as all this partnership that can be done multilaterally by other companies or organizations that are not of the government per se. I think this happens to all of us. I think it's key as well that the management teams are the ones that go out and seek for resources. Many are willing to cooperate, but we are just waiting comfortably to be invited. I really like what you said, Elia, of doing a list and going out to seek for people. I think that many people are willing to collaborate, especially in rural setting. We have difficulties from a geographical standpoint, but while we're thinking of growth, we always have to think about the strength of working in rural setting. For those that know the Chilean Patagonia, Cerro Castillo is wonderful. So we know that this territory is a place many people would like to visit. I also think that the amount of students we have that makes things difficult in other places. We have 7, 8 students per room, and in Santiago, we have 45 students. So I think that the fact of seeking for resources intentionally goes with what you can dream of as a project. I think that one of the first points I would highlight is how to make a dream come true and seek for problems that need solution. We lived that with a library. This place didn't exist, and we were dreaming with a library that was a pole of development from the technological side, from innovation and reading, of course. We clearly defined the objective the space needed to have, and we also realized as a directive team, like Fulan and Santiago Rincon Gallardo said, that we need to seek for links or try to generate these links. And the other thing is to have a clear shared uh, purpose. When you have clear uh, targets, you have a vision, and like you've said, we have clarity of what we will be asking for. Not too broad, very concise. It's also important to document processes, either the good ones or the bad ones. And there's something we don't do, especially in education, which is strange. It has to do with data management. I think it's vital that schools, directors, and teams take data seriously and analyze them. During lunch, we were sharing a reflection with CAF and many of the people that are here. We talked about the importance of having data, of knowing what happens with that data. Finally, to manage costs, to know how feasible it is, how sustainable it is internally, the project. Do people know what we're doing? People that live in the community, do they know the benefits they will obtain thanks to a project? That's also key. as well as seeking for partnerships. We were fortunate to have CAF come to our community, but CAF came because of an initiative of the Cerro Castillo um, organization, and this allowed us to have a symbiosis and do what we have currently. And it's not only funds that CAF gives, they also establish links. We were linked to La Moneda Cultural Space in Santiago, where we participated with a team, and we also learned from other schools. I think that has been very key for us. Also important to disseminate results, to disseminate how we've done. I can say that with this intervention we did in this rural school, the school changed its dynamic. We have 3D printers, for example. We now included artificial intelligence into a space that CAF granted to us as a reading space. And along those lines, I think that the high school works through the heart, which is the library. And people read more, people are designing more text. We generate a very important magazine from the students of fifth and sixth years. So definitely these projects will always improve culture. It also goes hand in hand with art and innovation. So we're very pleased, and simply to point out that we need to support rural locations, distant ones, because oftentimes people that live in the center or in urban settings have many things and don't take advantage of them. We take advantage of everything.
Nuevamente de todos y todas, donde
We are running out of time, and I would like to ask each one of you if you could share advice, a tool that facilitates moving from the idea to action, different from what we've talked about during the past 30 minutes, something that is indispensable for cultural promotion and to take that step. So we'll follow the order. One, connecting the cultural project with the life project. That is key for sustainability because when they are connected, there's not a single day that you wake up without a desire to do what you do. Second, to work with and for dignity. We do not work with volunteers. We work with a team that receives a decent wages, and the resources always have to be enough so that we can all live with dignity, because no one is going to help a child when they have no quality of life. So if the local team has decent living conditions, they can work with dignity with families. And the third thing, which is a little bit vulgar, it's very daring of me to say it, but it's a very Colombian expression that you know you don't make all money, you're not able to turn out all the tricks. Because many times, out of desperation, anguish, one goes and sits down with politicians and you accept certain conditions. No, that cannot happen. This is non negotiable, absolutely non negotiable. That has to be in your principles. Those have to be your principles. Thank you. Well, I think that it is important to know what territory you're working in, to listen to people, not just bring a one size fits all project that you think will work. No, first you listen, then you plan. This way, people, will roll their sleeves up and work jointly. I think that's a way to move toward action. It's important to dream, but you have to dare to go beyond. We need to know in which direction we're headed. When it comes to planning, transparency is important. Anyone donating money, CAF is private. In our case, anybody contributing, our board of directors, they have to know how the money is used. There has to be accountability. We need goals, we need results. If we can exceed our results, it's great. But I think planning, transparency, and communication in the areas in which you are going to work. Lina, Well, perhaps my closing message is to echo the relevance of this conversation, this forum organized by CAF today. Culture is a great facilitator, it's a great language, it allows us to connect. Through culture, we can build many things. And I think that many times we do not give it the value we should. I mean, it can reach everything, including private sector projects, including those that the company that I work for is carrying out right now. But I think that there is still a long way to go for us to bring conversation to the center of the conversation, to be able to generate more genuine ties, links among ourselves, between the communities, where we interact in the territories. So it is wonderful that this topic is included in forums such as this one because it allows us to showcase what we are doing in this respect. And it also shows us how we can leverage it more in Latin America and the Caribbean. Franco, well, I think you have to be the first one to dare to do something. You also have to be irreverent of the system, especially in the Chilean education system. If we follow just the ministerial directives, we're going to leave so many things behind. There won't be as many opportunities for our students. I've been a teacher for over 26 years in my career as an educator, and I've always walked hand in hand with innovation, of being the first person to try it independently of my team, and there will be mistakes. But we don't have to work for things to happen. We have to make things happen. And, we also have to have the capacity to do different things. The school I work at right now, the teachers, we've been changing our methodology. We're working now with an active methodology. We've been influenced by nature, and we have been trying to change the layout of the classroom. And we've worked with the ministerial authorities, but we've dared to do something different. And another message that can help us is to have high expectations. Sometimes we expect too little, and we see the results we have and we say we limit ourselves. We say, oh, we're just from a rural community. No, we have to hit the ball out of the park for our students. And I think that we cannot impose limitations or low expectations on us as a part of a member of the board of directors. I have to be the first one to encourage my teachers because they are the ones who actually do the work. We try to be as invisible as possible, and that means that the work of the board of directors is, good. But regarding what Franco said, for the cultural promoters who are here, it's good to want to achieve things, but cultural promotion should not cost ourselves our lives. Um, because when we talk about moving from idea to action, it's not easy. There's a great deal of effort looking for resources. It's no easy task, even if we summarize it here as step one, two, three. No, it's not easy. And we need to look for a balance to do what we do well, but we also need personal quality of life. And I repeat it, cultural promotion should not cost us our self exploitation, the levels of stress and exhaustion that we sometimes reach as cultural promoters. And partners such as CAF and others in Latin America also have to understand, and they are understanding this, that we cultural promoters who devote our lives to culture, we need to take good care of ourselves and be well taken care of because we're doing this for society. I want to end with a personal reflection. I work with the O Foundation, founded about 30 years ago by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. I've been there for about 8 years. And something that really made a difference for me personally is a text that I discovered by Garcia Marquez. I don't know if it belongs to his fiction or journalistic work, but it's an essay on education, early vocation, how to stimulate early childhood, and also when thinking about moving from idea to action, I remember the fragment of this text, and it is Garcia Marquez wrote this in the 1990s, and I think it is a good way to wrap up the panel. Attitudes and vocations do not always come together. We have singers of sublime voices who do not get anywhere because they lack judgment, or painters who sacrifice their entire life to the wrong profession, or prolific writers who have nothing to say. Only when both meet, when they're both together, can we achieve something. But we need discipline, we need technique, we need study, and we need the power of going beyond throughout our lives. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you. Thank you, Ivan. And now we're going to take the official picture of this panel. This was a very interesting conversation. The ideas exchanged during this panel called from idea to action, and it presents us experiences from remote areas and the experiences of change, transformation through cultural promotion. I want to remind you that our forum is available through live streaming, YouTube, and that we have simultaneous interpretation available. And we also have a hashtag available if you want to share something on social media, hashtag Festival Voices CAF. So now moving from the Festival of Ideas, which dealt with transforming ideas into action, we're going to move to a very interesting focus, voices from our land. Children's literature for the integration of Latin American culture. I will introduce our moderator, the moderator for this panel, which promises to be very interesting, Francisco Trejos, who is an official, an education official with UNICEF Panama. We invite him to come up to the podium, and he will welcome Raquel Carpio, Christian Birkner, Jenny Gomez, and Fermin Rosales, because they will have this very interesting conversation which will deal with the importance of incorporating children's literature into the educational curriculum. And you will find out more about this topic. And Francisco is an official with UNICEF Education Panama. Round of applause for Francisco. Welcome. Can you hear me now? No? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes? Well, contigo teco yo. This means in Nobe. Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Trejos. I want to thank you for accompanying us today during this space in which we will talk about children's literature, incorporating it into cultural integration. I'm very happy to be here to showcase our regional voices. I want to thank our colleagues Nidia and Vivian for making this event possible. UNICEF has more than 30 years of having a presence in Panama, and today we want to highlight the work in favor of children and children's literature. This work we present today has involved many hands, and we have Nivia, Gloria, Raisa. Please stand up, and I ask for a hearty round of applause for them, please. And I take the opportunity to ask Professor Fermin to this panel. He will share with us. He will share with us this story that what he has gone through because he spent 15 years trying to promote children's literature here in Panama. And I would like to share with you that we talk about children's literature. We not only talk about books, stories, we talk about identity, memory, language. All the aspects that form children and tell them where they come from. And here we have teacher Fermin from the education department, and he has with him the research that he's conducted for 15 years, as I mentioned earlier. This is no easy task to recover culture, to rescue culture, but it's important and this should be showcased because rescuing works in the mother tongue helps cultures feel pride. And I would also like to introduce Jenny Gomez, who is a representative of the Guna people. And she is a member of a UNESCO UNICEF initiative for education, which strives to position education as a major national goal. I would like to ask Christian Becker, a young Nobel Bugles student who comes from Bocas del Toro, to be here with us today. Christian is a member of the UNICEF Youth Council, and I would like to ask for applause for him for his presence here. And from the far eastern part of our country, we have Raquela Garfio, who is the governor of the Embera community, and she is also a teacher. So I would like to ask for a round of applause for each one of them. Welcome, Emerakapoa, that is the Embera welcome greeting. Raquela, I would like to start with you. Very briefly, who is Raquela Carpio? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CAF, for this opportunity. Raquela Carpio de Gaiza has been a teacher for over 10 years. I've worked with elementary school children, and I am currently the governor for the Embera Wonan territory for this period, this term. And I am so honored to be here with people whom I know from different fields. Thank you for being here, and I am very happy. Greetings from the Embera Wonan territory. Thank you, Raquela. We're very honored to have you with us today. And now, Fernando, we would like to ask you to say a few words about who you are. Fernando Rosales. Good afternoon, everyone. Fermin Rosales, sorry. I work at the Bilingual Intercultural Directorate Office, 19 years as teacher. I've also been a supervisor, and I was a national supervisor recently, and I've been working with the Ministry of Education on bilingual intercultural education. Thank you, Fermin, for being with us today. And Jenny Gomez, what can you tell us about yourself? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. To present on this topic today. And I can say that I am very proud to represent a very distant community. When I was young, it was very, very remote, no opportunities, but I now have had the opportunity to work with my colleagues from the Ministry of Education, and then under my General Congress, I've been able to study research, and now I am a teacher at the University of the Americas, a teacher of Panamanian history. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Jenny, for being here with us. And last but not least, our present, our future. Christian, what can you tell us about yourself? Words in Nobe Bugle. Christian Becker from Bocas del Toro. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christian Becker Oberestora, and I'm from Bocas del Toro province. I am an indigenous leader and activist, and I am focused on promoting the participation of young children and teenagers in remote areas such as Bocas del Toro. I work on projects for the inclusion of children, teenagers, young people, and to break the institutional gaps for adults between institutions and the governments during my work, and thanks to UNICEF, which has supported me throughout my life. I almost dropped out of school because of social and emotional pressures. And through UNICEF, I was able to participate in spaces and gain experiences that have changed my life completely. And one of the phrases that has empowered me through this day, providing the incentive to be a leader, is there is no change where there is no action. And I feel proud to serve indigenous children and adolescents and youth. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian, for inspiring us, for giving us your testimony. And these are our panelists who represent our originary peoples. So we are going to have two rounds of questions for them, and at the end, we will leave some time for questions and answers. I'll start with Fermin from the perspective of Meduca and the legal framework of Law 47. Why is it important for children to learn in their mother native tongue? Well, according to the stipulations of our Constitution, Articles 11 and 12 establish as principles, and we can do this also taking into account the Law 88. The alphabet is approached in the issue of an alphabet is approached in these norms. According to these established norms, we are performing educational work toward these 7 educational regions, except for northern Panama, which is undergoing its own process. As a Ministry of Education from the Bilingual Education Office, we are entering into strategic alliances with the congresses and the universities. We have the Udelas University, which offers a bilingual education career, and we hope that the state and private universities will also join us because there is already a process underway. Jenny, you are an advisor of traditional authorities. And we know that the Guna people are always at the forefront, innovating when it comes to bilingual intercultural education. Now, with the perspective of the Guna experience in designing curriculums, why is it important for children to learn in their native tongue? Very good question. To talk about the curriculum, which we have worked on as the Guna, is it's talk about a plural effort. I have not done this myself. I have worked with my colleagues, with professionals from this entire field who have accompanied me, and they are here. First of all, my Congress, when they first called us to work as a team and prepare the curriculum, the educational offer, they gave us very specific guidelines to work with the elders, the wise elders about our culture. Without their input, we would not work on the educational offer, which had to draw on ancestral knowledge. This was not a desk job. We needed to work together with our authorities and our great wise elders. And that's how we began to work. So we had the first generation of specialists and professionals who of Guna origin, as some have passed away, but they left us a legacy. We had the first generation, and now we have those who are here who are the experts in Guna mathematics. They are experts from the identity process. All these specialists contributed to prepare the curriculum, the educational offer, which is a very ample topic, and there were four aspects for the Guna people: spirituality, mathematics for the Guna people, native tongue, and Spanish methodology for Spanish as a second language. And I am very pleased to say that Abiyala, which means Latin America in Guna, the Guna language, Panama, is really working. The Guna people have the programs, the guides, the texts, and the educational offer through sixth grade. However, we need institutional support to implement the program. And we have not worked together. We have worked with an interdisciplinary team with many professionals who work on behalf of their people, the Guna. For the Guna, it's always been like this. If the Congress calls on us, we'll go. For us, it's not only an obligation, but we also have the satisfaction, the desire to contribute in however small a measure. Thank you, Jenny. And we can see your commitment to rescue your culture. And here I have our Embera representative, who is also a teacher. And on social media, she's a cultural promoter. So I would like for you to talk to us a little bit about rescuing the culture and why it's important for children to learn in their mother tongue. Thank you, Francisco. I think that the experience we've had for so many years, and many people who are parents who are present here, we see people who have children. And we know that as children grow, they need to understand. They also need to understand where we come from, who we are. And I think that is a starting point for us, for our children, Embera, Guna, the seven indigenous originary peoples of Panama or other countries, to begin with why the child should speak or learn or practice reading and writing in their mother tongue. Why? Because the child should be able to understand that this is our essence, our identity. And when a child knows who he or she is, everything else just naturally follows. So it is important to begin on this point, and indigenous children need to know how important and how special we are as indigenous to be able to have that alphabet, which many people do not have. This is a privilege. It's an honor for a young child to have their language. They can also speak Spanish, English, other languages, but they should be able to understand that our essence, our roots, That is the starting point. And as a teacher and a cultural promoter, and also now as governor, I need to support and to work with the various ministries, but as a promoter of the native tongue, I have created children's songs as an initiative so that children can, in a fun way, understand how valuable and important it is to be indigenous. And there have been times, there was a time when schools, and I know many of those in attendance here have shared that experience. I experienced it. I had to move from the indigenous territory to another location where I could go to school, and it was very difficult. I had a very difficult time adapting, uh, crying at night because I missed my parents, not being able to eat fried plantain like my parents prepared it. But the child, once he or she is clear and educated, they will know that they can travel all the way to China, but there's still Guna, Embera, Nobe, and they carry this pride as their flag. And I think that as a teacher, you have to have this vocation so that our children can reach that point. Because when we achieve that, the child not only knows how to read and write, but we also teach them to value this identity. And when we achieve this, we'll have these competitive children who are fearless. And I think that those who follow me know that I'm still creating children's songs, I'm still writing children's stories, and that it's not only people from the outside. We think like that many times. These people think that, oh, indigenous children can't do very much because they are labeled, they're stereotyped. But I can tell you from my own experience that we possess this God given knowledge from above when we speak our native tongue. When we switch to Spanish, our mind switches between the languages right away because we are a nation and there's two languages. So the question, why is it important, is it will always be important because that is our essence. That is who we are. And we should never forget that. I think that's the starting point, and everything else will follow. And I want to break protocol right now, and I would like to ask you to please sing to us an Embera song or tell us an Embera story. Of course, why not? We can sing a short song that I think some of you know. It is the song pertaining to one's face. We'll sing it in Embera and then in Spanish. My face is so pretty. So pretty. My face is so pretty. It has eyes to see, a nose to smell, and a little mouth to be able to speak. Applause, please. And we are so honored that you shared this pretty song with us. Christian, when we were preparing this panel, you shared with us a little bit of your personal story. A Nobe young man who does not necessarily live in the territory. Could you please tell us a little bit about your experience with Nobe culture? Good afternoon. I want to highlight today that I come from Bocas del Toro. It is a province with many races, ethnicities, Afros, indigenous, Latino peoples live together. It has a mobile indigenous population, and it's a territory that's not necessarily indigenous, but this doesn't make a difference in my roots because, as our dear Jenny, Raquela, sorry, stated, we can travel to China, but we are Embera, we are Guna, we are Naso, we are Nobe, and none of that is going to make us different. Perhaps we exist in the records as a Nobe, Guna, or Embera, or Naso indigenous person. But if we're not wearing our traditional clothing or speaking our native tongue, our mother tongue, we do not exist. Because as human beings, we have the right to existence and to an identity and to a language. From my earliest years, I learned to speak Spanish because school required that I speak English. Spanish, I'm sorry. And then we moved to English. Hello, how are you today? But never within the educational system. And I want to highlight that out of 36 students in a classroom, 10 might be Afro or of another ethnicity. And I, I never learned as a young child to say my native tongue's words because my mother and my father, our grandparents, they didn't teach us to speak our native tongue. People wondered why they didn't do so, but it's because the educational system, didn't consider it to be important. Maybe, within the indigenous territory, but sometimes outside the territory, the authorities, the government, they do not, they don't bring development to our territories with prior consultation from our indigenous worldview. What we believe is, perhaps they see it as totally different from what they consider development because we have our way of living, of our language, the traditional ancestral medicine, which it is only transmitted to a specific person who is qualified to learn about ancestral medicine. My grandfather died, and he was very knowledgeable when it came to ancestral medicine, but none of us in the family could learn it because it was only shared in the Nobe language and none of us spoke it. Not until now, when I'm trying to reclaim it, to learn it, to reclaim my identity. And it is very hard. And to live within a certain space when you do not even speak your own tongue, native tongue. And I think this also kills our identity. That our native tongue is also being killed. It's not given its due importance. People say to us, oh, if you don't learn English, you're not going to amount to much in life. Oh, if you don't learn Spanish, you're not going to find work anywhere. No, we have our way of living, our tongue, and every word, every letter of the alphabet of our tongue should be given due importance. And children are not taken into account. And the stories of indigenous peoples should be given their due importance. At 10, because someone translated this to me, that's when I found out that we had as Nobes a war with a mosquito people. I had no idea. I saw something and, I didn't understand its significance, how we arrived at it. I just thought it was pretty. some of the younger people just wear their traditional clothing on 9 August because that's the day of the indigenous tongues. And the only reason, they reclaim their identity on that day is because the teachers will fail them if they don't dress according to their ethnicity. So everybody's running on August 7 to look for the right shirt or chaquira, beaded jewelry. And I feel I don't need to have my traditional garb because I want to fit in society, and society does not value our worldview, our traditions, our tongue. Now, as peoples, there are some gaps there, huge gaps, which breach the Convention on the Rights of the Child, human rights, but we need to respect the voices of all indigenous territories. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. And you remind us that we need to exert more effort to rescue this very valuable legacy that we have. And now I would like to ask Dr. Fermin to speak on regarding the work and the efforts of the Ministry of Education to rescue the culture, the identity, especially the children's stories. Thank you. To my right, I have a very special person that the director's office values highly. When teacher Jenny was in this office, she had established a way forward, and that the Ministry of Education, with the agreement of all the entities involved with the curricular design, we're redesigning it now, and we're probably, going to include the struggle of the indigenous people, the conquest, to make this all very clear. Teacher Jenny and the young man, they spoke about this. There is very clear, sad evidence that some peoples have nothing left. And the Ministry of Education and our office is striving toward this. But it's been a tough effort because each one of our peoples has their own particular methodology to reach people, the people that want to identify and be part of our people. Francisco, you have been part of this effort. UNICEF, in my view, it was a benchmark because with the pandemic, many things happened, and for our peoples in rural areas, we had no internet signal to connect to attend virtual classes. So, as the Ministry of Education with Madam Minister, now we are incorporating the native tongue level 1 versus level 2. We're trying to teach Spanish as a second language so that in parallel to what the law dictates, and that there will be a level 1 offer. So this means that our teachers will implement a bilingual educational approach. And here to my left, I have some sample texts, and you can see it clearly in the website.
Thank you, Professor, for your effort, and all the directors that have been in the institution have done many roadmaps. They've established many roadmaps. So, in general terms, the Ministry of Education is in track to participating in the Panamanian educational system. Thank you, Professor Fermin. I'm a witness of that effort. You've been a great partner, and I would like to mention that we have people present here that have worked over 15 years to be able to work on this. Raisa and Miriam, could you please stand up so that everybody knows who you are? People who worked with UNICEF in order to work on this cosmovision. We have learned the different challenges, but I would like to listen what are some of the proposals to change this reality. And I would like to get started with you, Jenny. We have challenges, very big challenges. We've just heard the previous speaker mention that we as Guna people are thinking on our methodologies. Each context is different. We have children, for instance, that don't speak their mother language. They're unfamiliar with it. They were raised here in Panama City, and it's a methodology we need to look after. It's very differentiated. We have another context. Children from indigenous communities whose mother tongue is the one they know. They are spoken in that language, so they are barely learning Spanish in their initial years. So that requires a very different methodology in that case. But we cannot leave aside, as I tell my students in the university, those that dwell in cities, those that are not native people who are not indigenous, they are also part of Panama because Panama is a multicultural country. Panama is a country that has diverse characteristics. Our national curriculum should have the approach that highlights the identity not only of our native cultures, but also of our Afro descendant brothers and sisters, also histories from other contexts. Only then can we say that our curriculum reflects our reality. But each people undertakes its own efforts. We have big challenges. The colleagues that are present here know that we have our program, our educational guidelines, our tests and materials, even children's textbooks that are in the process of being officialized by the Ministry of Education. We're still awaiting to make these documents official. They just need the final push so that all our children from diverse contexts can have the opportunity, as the colleague said here, to feel proud of their roots, of their heritage, without losing their identity, but also aspiring to a globalized world. That is what we would like to reach. Oftentimes, people confuse and think, why do indigenous people want to be bilingual? That will make them lag behind. No, that's not so. We want to feel proud of our identity, but also be competitive, speak other languages, because there are also gunas in other countries. They're native people living their own realities. Native peoples have been able to cross many borders, and future generations don't want to lose their identity, but they also want to contribute to Aviala. And before I conclude, children's literature, and thank you, Professor Fermin. UNICEF has been a key element. Raisa, thank you. Just to mention that we have worked in the National Directorate with these documents at hand. We've been able to achieve a lot. Panama has a significant foundation in intercultural bilingual education. I don't feel we're last. I think we're first in Panama, thanks to work we've done to date. And the difference in terms of children's literature in the different people, there are differences. Children's literature help us to strengthen values from the point of view of our wisdom. And I can underscore this. For example, the value of friendship. The value of friendship is in children's literature in the following processes. The value of friendship is not something that happens momentarily. For example, the Kuna people, If you begin a friendship when you're 4 years old, that friendship ends on the moment of your death. We always have a friend. We do a ceremony to that ceremony. Jenny, unfortunately, time is very limited. That's why I mentioned it's a very broad topic. And thank you for the space. I know that you would like to listen to the panel members. So, very briefly, for Raquel, Fermin, and Christian, could you briefly say in a minute, what is your dream for bilingual intercultural education? Well, I think in our different interventions, we've said it. We dream with a competitive indigenous child. We know they are capable of moving borders in their reading and writing professionally in different areas. We dream with having a curriculum that is finished, that is part of Panamanian education with children's songs, children's stories, reading and writing, everything. And that everybody knows that we have that essence, that wealth to share it with all of you. And that we also know something important. Before tagging anyone, before pointing fingers at indigenous people, I invite you to know why a first grade child is unable to pronounce certain words. It's not because he is not bright, it's because there are letters that do not exist in our alphabets. So that is very important, Francisco. Something I wanted to underscore. I invite you to always know the beauty of the diversity of the indigenous people we have in Panama. Christian, briefly, what is your dream? Okay, I dream that each child and boy, girl, and adolescent that is indigenous know their roots and that they know that their tongue is the only thing they cannot remain silent about, that our voices through institutions and through the processes that are carried out in our territories, because in addition to children's literature, we as indigenous people have been pointed out as vulnerable people, as people with need. Because if we live and depend on nature, we depend on Mother Earth. If we build a wooden home, we are poor, we're underdeveloped. No, that's the way we live. That's how we share with nature. So, something very important. We do not teach children the value of Mother Earth, why it is important to care for it, why it is important to protect it and fight for her. That's why we see pollution, for example. Children don't respect and they pollute nature. And they don't know the importance it has and how we've lived with nature for thousands of years. So it is important that language is transmitted to children. That allows us to be familiar with the cosmovision and to know the importance that of our souls to be connected to Earth. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. And now a closing message from the Ministry of Education, Professor Fermin. The dream of every child in the country is to see that his children and grandchildren, thanks to the Ministry of Education, officer or not, are part of the educational system. We've been able to breach that gap. We want to see our children of these generations that tomorrow become engineers, scientists in different branches of the educational system or other careers studied in other countries, and that this is a participatory process as part of the national curriculum from the Ministry of Education. Thanks to the effort of Madam Minister, our director that has been making efforts with all the authorities in the country to redesign the curriculum that at this moment it's being carried out. It's a dream we've been yearning for. Thank you for your attention. You're also part of this generation that will carry these living voices. Thank you. Francisco. Well, my dream, I'll be brief. Law 88 of November the 22nd of 2010 guarantees that every Panamanian child has to study intercultural bilingual education. My dream is that that is fulfilled. Very, very quickly, a reflection. We have to close because I think there's another panel. Very quickly, I know that many that are here represent different organizations, and I would like to send a message. Bet for childhood is the best investment that companies, organizations, and governments can do because that assures the identity of all the children in the future. Thank you. We conclude. Thank you. Let's give our panel members a warm hand. Thank you, Francisco. Let's go to the official picture of this panel to receive the next group of panel members. Francisco, Raquela, Christian, Yemi, and Professor Fermin. Thank you. Let's give them a big hand. They talked to us about Voices for Earth, Latin American intercultural bilingual education. We have the next group. We have Elmira Roque, historian. She's the moderator of the next group of guests that will be here to talk to us about the power of words, strategies for rebuilding the prestige of our language and culture. In the brief minutes that are left, they will be covering the main problems associated to the disconnect between our universities as well as the origin and consequences of the lack of self esteem in Spanish speaking communities. Remember that all this interaction and communication can be commented. We are streaming through our YouTube channel through the hashtag Festival Voces CAF. Follow us on Instagram in Agenda CAF, X, and Facebook. Let's receive the historian and writer Elvira Roque. She's the moderator, and she will be speaking with Carlos Alonso Lucio, Francisco Javier Vanera, Luis Orias Díaz Caseco, Joaquín Uriarche Cunha. Thank you. Thanks to our historian, Elvira, the floor is yours. Thank you for your time and the visit this afternoon. A big round for our group of panel members and welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for this heroic effort to those that are still in the room until this time of the day. After this very busy day, we are running behind. So I think that the best solution is to begin not making the interventions too long. I will be introducing persons that are accompanying me this afternoon in this panel. I have the pleasure of having beside me two Americans and two Spaniards that will try to help me to talk about this big problem of lack of self-esteem in general within the Hispanic community worldwide, the pan-Hispanic community, which is gigantic, it's huge, with an overwhelming amount of population, far beyond the comprehension of many economic sectors. and has many deficiencies regarding its self value that are not very easy to resolve. Of these and other points, we will very briefly speak because time is short. I'm accompanied from left to right by Mr. Carlos Alonso Lucio, Colombian, former senator, former president of the Colombian Chamber. He is the director of Cívicos, which is a citizens platform, an alternative platform dedicated to public debate and the participation of civil society. He has participated in processes of programmatic formulation and in strategic reflections on the political, social, and institutional challenges of Colombia and Latin America. And here we have with us because we think, well, he and me, and I think that all that are present here, that we have some common issues that go way beyond traditional proposals from left or right rings and that should be dealt with in a cross cutting manner. Beside him, we have the person that represents a university which is historic not only for Spain, I think that also for the Americas, Professor Panetta from the Salamanca University. And his curriculum is quite impressive. I will only highlight some points. The Director of Services of Cultural Activities of the University of Salamanca, which I remind you, very recently it's held its 800th anniversary, one of the most ancient universities in the world, and its long shadow is projected over several of the most ancient universities of the continent. He's the Director of Masters of Advanced Studies of History of Art, faculty member of the School of Art and Fine Arts, over 180 exhibits with national and international artists in different places in Spain. Well, I won't give you the details because we will not be able to continue. I'm accompanied by the rector of the Complutense University of Madrid. As you well know, it's one of the most important universities of the country. He cares a lot that I mentioned that he's a veterinarian, and that has been a determining factor in his life because he insists that I have to mention that. As usual, devices are against me, and I've been unable to read the next speaker, CV. Let me reach the file. He's a faculty member of the School of Animal Health, Veterinary School of the Complutense University of Madrid, and since 2019, the rector. He's been dean of the School of Veterinary in the Complutense University during 8 years and vice rector for 4 years. Mr. Juan Diaz Fonseco, he's a true gentleman. He just picked my sheets from the floor. I'll read very briefly. It would be too long if I had to read it all. Studies of law from the Pontificia Catholic University of Peru, master's degree from Washington University, Fulbright scholar, international officer in the Andean community, and intellectual property from the World Bank, Authority of Competency in Peru, Andean President Dean of the School of Law of the Technological University of Peru, member of the Court of Conflict Resolution of the European Union, and partner of the law firm Yes y Asociados. I will begin by mentioning what are the deep reasons why the enormous pan-Hispanic community with its gigantic figures at a planetary level has very little soft power, very little capacity to position itself in levels of prestige, and up to what point does that have a relationship with the discourse of the worst under the title Black Legend. That is, we've internally absorbed the worst possible version of ourselves. to the point that we are self sabotaging in such a way that we not really need people to throw stones at us. We throw stones at ourselves without any foreign intervention. So, in that sense, how could we reverse that situation? That is, how can we work to be aware of the enormous link there is? And we'll talk about these links, but these relationship. Language is one, but there are others. How can we be strong thanks to those ties we already exist? It's not necessary to create something that already exists. Take advantage of something that's living, that exists, and that exists with us on a daily basis. However, we don't know how to take advantage of it. And this affects not only Spain, Colombia, Peru, it affects the enormity of the pan Hispanic world. It's a community that exceeds 500 million people. A mestizo world where the dominating language is Spanish, living with many other languages. This is something old. This was never a problem. It need not be a problem because the management of a mestizo world is difficult, but it's highly enriching if we are able to strengthen community ties without forcing the differences to disappear. This has not been the way in which that community was built. However, at present, and for a long time, we don't know how to manage the enormous potentialities we have. Language, we have said, is one of these strengths. And languages evidently serve many purposes. I would like to ask the rector of the Complutense University, what problems do we have? Or what are we doing wrong in terms of uh, knowledge transfer amongst the large universities that speak Spanish in the world? The biggest one, you know, is UNAM. Behind that, there are many others, very big and important. However, there is a disconnect of sorts amongst them. So, knowledge transfer, sometimes we actually need to position research work and from there projected. That is not from one to the other, but through middlemen in an attitude that has third world approach. So how can we increase prestige of science done in Spain? A lot and very good science is done in the Americas and Spain. However, it is not visibilized. Thank you, Elvira. Imagine a veterinarian talking about language. What can go wrong? Why do I insist in saying I'm a veterinarian? Because my great great grandfather, my great grandfather, my grandfather, my mother, no, but a cousin uh, is a veterinarian as well. And I love my profession, and I would like to thank Elvira and my colleagues. This very rich conversation. So you call home to say you're not going to dinner because there's a lot to talk. I'm a veterinarian, but also a scientist, an investigator. I'm a user of the Spanish language. I communicate myself in this language, but I research in English and I publish in English. And uh, who is to blame? It's not a fight between Spanish and English. This is about giving value to our common language that has a shared history, a criticizable track record, perhaps, to try that this language, as we mentioned, has a shared history. It's created knowledge, it's created thoughts. It's a global tongue to give it the importance it has, as the moderator said, in research and in knowledge transfer. The university, as you know, not only creates knowledge, the university is also a safeguard. It safeguards knowledge. Javier, are you getting bored? I just got started. I'll finish very soon. I'm the least relevant. As I said, universities create knowledge, but also safeguards that knowledge that was created for such a long time. And Spanish acts as an axis that retains that knowledge. Unfortunately, And I've mentioned this before, and the moderator has mentioned it too. Nowadays, in many areas, we can only publish in English. If you want to disseminate your knowledge, if you want it to be relevant, incorporated, and read, it has to be in English, unfortunately. And that is an injustice because a tongue that does not investigate does not lead. And we need to bear that in mind. It's true that there's certain areas where we see ourselves more forced to investigate, to publish in English. Mine in animal health, microbiology, infectious diseases, you either publish in English or nobody pays any attention to you. It's true that our group, that's one of the most relevant in the world in animal health, we do publish in Spanish mainly, but we can't force people that use our language spoken by millions of inhabitants, highly demanded in many continents, like in Africa, where a small country is the only African country where Spanish is spoken, which is Ecuadorian Guinea, and we have to care for it. It's not that we have an inferiority complex, it's that the mechanisms of investigation itself, of the university, of our academic career, unfortunately, I repeat, in many areas, has to be done in English. Our congresses are in English. The most relevant ones, for example, are relations between research groups are in English, and it is true that the incorporation of Spain, I'm talking about Spain and not other Latin American countries, to the European Union has forced us to look towards the European Union and perhaps disconnect ourselves from our brother countries with whom we exchange so much science and talent. What can we do about that? And I'll conclude here so I don't take too much time away from my colleagues. We need to change things, recognize publications in Spanish. The accrediting agencies that endorse our academic career practically only value publications in the first quartile, in my area at least. If you don't have publications in first level magazines or tier one, they're worth nothing. So accreditation agencies, those that endorse them, they have to endorse publications or assess publications in Spanish. A colleague from my first term that was a lawyer, she said, what is more important, Joaquin? A publication that you've done that 20 researchers in the world will read, or a publication in a Spanish book or journal in Spanish by um, Spanish attorney that will make an organic law be changed? What is more important? And in my first campaign, a professor from the School of Philology, and we were so full of ourselves with internalization. For Spanish people to become international, it's having English speaking people in your group. How to promote these groups? A philology professor told me, look, Joaquin, what do you consider is more international? A Spanish professor speaking to Spanish students with French students or maybe a Mexican here and there in English, people that are not English speakers, or a Spanish professor speaking in Spanish to a class full of Chinese, Russians, Germans, Swedish, and other nationalities. There you go. So we are in a tight spot. This is a difficulty we have in terms of having created our own standards. Like we have not been able to develop a common labeling system. In our large universities, we have not been able to generate the so-called impact indexes, etc., that are own that we own in our own language. Smaller countries have it, French, for example, and it's a language that cannot be compared with the number of speakers and the number of internet users by far. All this has to do with preparing effective policies that nobody develops because Spanish is in a situation where it does not belong to anyone. Our language is not from any given country. Therefore, practically, there is no country that has a state policy aimed at positioning it in international agencies or in scientific ranking, etc. So, regardless of how big you are, at some point you need to have a head that develops a common policy for the benefit of everyone without affecting anybody negatively. But for those of us that have used it for our own benefit correctly and due to the scale it deserves. And from that point, since we continue speak about language, well, we come from Salamanca. Salamanca is Salamanca, as I've said. All American universities, the oldest ones, come from Salamanca, the mother, from her womb. Her statues were replicated here in the Americas. 800 years of existence and counting, not a minor thing for an institution in the world. 200 years is a lot. And that has an important track record as a place for disseminating language and language studies, but not only that. In addition, it has been the precursor of the scientific use of Spanish that was exported to the world, not only in the field of sciences, but also in the world of law, pioneer in developing the concept of peoples. In a while, we'll watch a short video, the 500th anniversary of the School of Salamanca, which is the germ of what was later called human rights. Professor Parena, representing that university here, I would like to ask you about the importance of these 500th anniversary of the School of Salamanca and the policy for language strengthening and internalization that the University of Salamanca has begun. Should we run the video first or afterwards? Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank CAF for organizing these fantastic fora that are giving us the opportunity to listen to many voices that have been silent sometimes, not ours, but some I've heard throughout the day. Thank you, Elvira Roja, for the invitation and my illustrious colleagues with whom it is an honor to participate in this forum. Responding to your question, uh, the University of Salamanca has celebrated its first 800 years, founded in the 1200s, and minimum since the 15th century, maybe before that, lives for Spanish, with thousands of in-person students also online and in associated centers that study Spanish language and culture for students. 2,500 annual students enrolled in our different courses, and other 2,500 students that study online, and 2,500 more in associated centers worldwide. This is not new. This is something, as I said, that dates back as a minimum to the 15th century, when in 1492, Professor Antonio de Nebrija publishes in Salamanca Grammar of the Spanish Tongue. It is the first grammar of a Neo-Latin tongue. Its fifth edition literally said, Introduction of the Castilian language for those that foreigners would like to learn. That is, Nebrija's grammar in itself was a grammar for foreign speakers. It was conceived for foreign speakers. And since then, the University of Salamanca has done nothing more than expand this intent to expand Spanish. And in the bylaws of the University of Salamanca, one of the main purposes, and I'll read it, the promotion, relevance, and dissemination of the Spanish language. Since the mid 16th century, the University of Salamanca was consolidated as a benchmark in the Hispanic world. First of all, attracting many Latin students in the Latin American continent to study in Salamanca, but also being a model for creating the first universities founded in the Americas. I'm thinking about Santo Domingo, the San Marcos University, that is from 1551, the Real Pontificia University of Mexico, also from 1521, the ones that were mentioned from Colombia. The difference is that the first university founded in the US was in 1633, Harvard. 100 years later, 100 years after universities founded in Latin America. Although records of the first Latin students in Salamanca are scarce, we know that at least since 1550, the University from Salamanca had Criollo or Creole, indigenous, mestizos, and colonial officers as students. They studied theology, law, and arts. They went to Salamanca to study, and these people, after they finished their careers, they came back to have different positions in the New World. And many of these students studied figures such as Domingo de Soto, Martín Telizueta, whom I'll refer to briefly because they were the promoters of the so-called right of people. I can quote some of the first students, of which we have news in Salamanca, for instance, Juan Ruiz de Alarcón, Mexico and Tasco was one of them, one of the most important one um, that studied in Mexico, Garcilaso de la Vega. We don't have the whole registry, but we know that this great mestizo author of Peru lived and was related to the intellectual circles in the University of Salamanca. We do have records of that. I'm thinking of Juan de Pareja, that was a professor of canon in Salamanca for 50 years. Or the reverse, Bernardino de Saúl. Although born in Spain, this Franciscan fraile, after studying in Salamanca, came to Mexico to live, and since 1529, he worked here. He's a professor, considered the first anthropologist of the Americas due to his monumental work about the Nahuatl culture. There is a huge leap in time. The Spanish language for international students, part of the School of Spanish Language was created, one of the first courses conceived initially as summer courses, and then in this course of 1829, there were British, French, Japanese students, US students, as well as German. These courses were interrupted only during the Spanish Civil War, although after that they entered into a crisis, and in the 1960s they became language and Spanish culture courses. These courses are for professors as well, and they continue with their own educational methods, particularly for raising the level of Spanish at an international level. Since 2010, the University of Salamanca received the status of campus with international excellence. Back then, the Spanish diplomas as a foreign language were implemented. The International Service for Assessing the Spanish Language, CIELE, whose activity was done in collaboration with the Cervantes Institute, the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and Buenos Aires, with the support of the uh, Telefonica phone company. And they produce material for learning our language that are used worldwide. Currently, the University of Salamanca has 3 active schools in 3 continents and 6 countries: Italy, France. We have a franchise in Brazil, another one in Nepal, and in China. China is becoming one of the countries where Spanish is studied and spoken the most. In the next few years, we plan to open 10 new schools in cities such as Shanghai, Guangdong, and Fujigai. And this relates to that vocation. The University of Salamanca exists from the 15th century when Francisco de Vitoria takes the theology career and sets the foundation for what is now called the School of Salamanca and has left a deep impact in humanity as the father of international law. I don't know if now we can run the video. Who did we have to ask for the video? Can we run the video now? And with that, I conclude my presentation. 1818, the University of Salamanca was born. 1526, there is a line of thought that changes the path of history. 2026, we celebrate the fifth centennial of the School of Salamanca that has left a legacy that is very alive. During the 16th and 17th century, several Salamanca students revolutionized the economy, language, and theology. Francisco de la Victoria designed the idea of universal human rights and the sovereignty of native people. Victoria and other wise men as Domingo de Soto or Francisco Suarez advocated for the dignity of the person, the freedom of people, justice, and international exchange. The School of Salamanca not only influenced in modern ages, it continues to do so today. They inspired debates on human rights, global economy, and political ethics. The School of Salamanca is present in the university, in society, and in the times we live. Today, the thought of the School of Salamanca continues to guide us and shed light to the world of the 21st century. Let's consider the legacy of the University of Salamanca, very impressive to the Spanish speaking world and the non Spanish speaking world as well. To position with several questions that you need to think about to see if you can find answer to them, to the enormous demand of Spanish speaking professors in Asia. We can't cover it. And why? How is it possible that in the market a phenomenon of this nature happens? We don't even know the reasons, the primary reasons, and of course, we have no idea how to manage the use of this quote unquote raw material. So we have a third world mindset with our language. We offer the raw material and somebody else puts the added value. This happens in teaching language in many aspects as well as in software management in Spanish. And I will not continue because Professor Praneras mentioned the topic that since we have human rights and that we are in the world of law and rights, we have Professor Yas Franseco, whom I'll ask uncomfortable questions because he's a person that likes uncomfortable questions. So we have found this cordial space to ask them. Let's ask him two things. One, well, they're difficult, profane, but he'll make them very accessible. The Spanish law, the previous one, before the fragmentation of political separation and afterwards, is a benchmark in spite of all political separation. Is it still current in most American countries? Has a harmonization occurred in right or law? And don't be overwhelmed with the question. He will explain it and you will understand absolutely everything. And two, who has been called to promote these initiatives? We've been talking about governments or economic actors. We are in CAF. Don't forget, here, the bull is yours. Thank you, Elvira. First of all, I would like to thank CAF for the generous invitation to participate in this festival, Voices of Our Region. Voice is tongue. I am deeply honored to share this panel with so many distinguished professionals, and I would like to respond to Ina's questions. Definitely, there is a juridical harmonization de facto, although we have not come to realize it and that we have not been able to give value to during all the period of the vice regency, almost 500 years. We were a single country, we were one country. We had the same right, and this is corroborated by historians. It was not imposed. It was a process of legal mix where the right of law of the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire were incorporated to the traditions and the legal structures of pain in our countries. And many of the judiciary institutions in our countries enriched the Spanish rule of order. But when the rupture or independence occurred, where we were dispersed and separated, the legal system remained. So much so that, for example, nowadays the vast majority of the constitutions of our countries are inspired by the Spanish Constitution of 1978. The rule of law of our countries has enriched our civil codes. For example, the norms of Andres Bello, the trial marriage, cohabitation. These are institutions of our countries that were incorporated early on to the rights or the legal structure of our countries, and this right has prevailed. If you can see, our constitutions are the same, our civil, criminal codes, commercial codes are practically identical. Let's quote Spanish jurisprudence, such as we quote the jurisprudence of our countries. The doctrine is exactly the same. So we have an impressive cultural heritage that we have not been able to value, and that probably is the richest one because it not only unites the right of each country considered individually, but it also unites, with no doubt, 600 million people in 20 countries. This is the starting point to advance with the economic integration that we all yearn for to facilitate trade. That's why I will move on to the second part of your question. It's impressive at this moment in Hispanic speaking America, 48 international organizations approximately that do more or less the same. There are some, CAF, that's brilliant. It has done an impeccable work, and the impressive collaborative work and advancement in the private and public sectors. There are others I won't mention out of discretion that exist, prevail, but they undertake activities that are outdated. So we have this common judiciary heritage, and it's surprising that we have not been able to understand, and we have the perfect base in order to integrate ourselves through economy and entrepreneurial services. For instance, we have common legislation, we have common judiciary traditions, we have judiciary structures that are common. It's amazing to say what has happened. Why has not it been possible to have an economic integration? I'm not saying that we go back to be what we were originally, a viceroyalty. I'm asking why don't we have an economic integration that, by the way, Simon Bolivar attempted to do it in the Amphictyonic Congress in Panama here in 1826, whose bicentenary is being celebrated. He realized that something had failed at the end of the independence process. We had separated, and he attempted a sort of unity, at least commercial one. It failed, and we perhaps need to study it. But the legislation prevailed, language, civilization prevailed. We have very little hues. Some have a faster accent with nuances, but our structures are the same. I think we should begin to think about this cultural heritage, this civilization that's called Hispanity, and Spanish law. Hispanic not only meaning Spain, everyone. It should be the base for an economic integration to reduce transactional costs so that business people have expanded markets, that they need not negotiate among themselves and with third countries, so that all of us business people can export, import, and consumers have a variety of products we can all benefit from. Our language is not only a fundamental human right, we have to go back to value and nourish. That right should be expressed in a language, Spanish or Castilian, that has also respected the native languages. You perfectly know that in many of the dictionaries in our country incorporate terms of Andean Aztec origin from Mesoamerica, etc. So we have this platform. The question we do ask ourselves is, why have we not become integrated? My theory, well, politically correct would be to say that we're separated by ideologies that create institutions according to the ideology of the time, and civil society, business people, and consumers have not expressed their voices, and that we need to integrate ourselves, because integration is not for the benefit of the government or of government structures. It's for the benefit of those or each and every one of us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis. This is the perfect moment so that I conclude by talking about the big mystery of this point to Mr. Carlos Alonso, because I think he is the correct person when he said that this is something we cannot face or pose it in the common political environment, either left or right. That's why I feel so proud of being surrounded by gentlemen that have been right wing or left wing their whole life. This is a cross cutting issue that affects the pan Hispanic community as a whole, that will decide the future of the next two generations. When this geopolitical crisis ends the system and comes back to find itself with a mechanism of balance, such as the Cold War, pleasant or unpleasant, and that clearly set the rules with which the world was able to move. We are now at that time. It's concerning moments, exciting times where many things can happen because the system is totally fluid and open. And this gigantic community is not capable in this strategic moment to touch key points that are necessary to touch, I think would be serious and would be condemning the next generations due to our lack of action. Once again, to the wagon of underdevelopment and the third world mindset we have not been able to move away from for so long. How is that big mystery with these dimensions? Because we see planet Earth and we see two or three things, but the pan Hispanic community, you can see it clearly. You can see it worldwide and you can identify it. And seen from outside, there's no possibility of losing sight of it. How have we reached these extremes when, with a common language, ties as the ones that affect us, a shared past, even a religion, whether you are a believer or not, but we've had it. It's left a culture, a system, a mindset, ways of life. How is it possible that having all of this, we have such an intense mutual lack of knowledge or self knowledge? And what role has this phenomenon of lack of culture, the forgetting our common history, and to teach the worst possible version of our shared history? Mr. Carlos, while listening to our moderator and our panel members, we could say that we are in a panel that has to do with where is our self-esteem as a society, as a nation, as cultures. And undoubtedly, the complaint is that nowadays we have a very low self-esteem, beginning with our true self-history, our own history. There is a beautiful way of beginning the reflection on our history. If I were to choose between the names we've had throughout our history, Pan Hispanic community, West Indies, eh, Hispanic America, Ibero America, our America, maybe I would choose the most beautiful of the names we've had, the New World. Because precisely what happened on October 12th of 1492 is that the birth of the new world happened in the world. And there have been, if you wish, a number of unprecise information. For example, to call the Americas a new world when America was an additional daughter of that new world. America didn't exist when that new world came to life, such as Spain did not exist either before the birth of that new world. But in addition, it's a new world that transcends as America and as Spain. And when you look at the extraordinary fertility of the 16th century, while speaking about giving birth to that new world, you face realities, for instance, as the Renaissance, that way beyond a new artistic germ, a new outlook was born, a new human being was born or came to life. There's a Colombian historian that analyzes this moment beautifully. He says, starting October the 12th of 1492, the earth became truly round. Obviously, he wasn't talking about astronomy. But the fact is that the human world of back then was flat until that moment when all the continents came together and to live that exchange of people, merchandise, and economies. That renaissance that vindicates reason. In that same century, for instance, the reform occurred. One of the big revolutions in history. In the 16th century, what we could call nowadays the birth of a financial system occurred. An international financial system based on gold and silver that came from the New World. And undoubtedly, as part of the extraordinary events that occurred, we have the School of Salamanca. And that new world set the foundation for human dignity that gave origin to what we later knew as human rights. And we have the tale that human rights came from the French Revolution, when, if we see it chronologically, they arose from the New World. When you sit down in a school of economy in your first semester, the first thing you're told that this is, that you're going to study called economy arose thanks to a book from Adames Vives in 1776, and then you study true history, not with the mirror with which we have disfigured the face of our own being. We face that school of Salamanca that, amongst other things, vindicates to think on economy from a moral sense, from principles and values, which is the true and genetic source of economic thinking. Then we are children of the event that could be vindicated as the biggest event in history. And along this order of ideas, how can we explain the reason why our self esteem is so low? And this is very serious because if we don't join ourselves in a discourse that vindicates not an ideology, not left or right, but rather the truth of our history, we will not be able to tackle the future with the force, creativity, and the certainty we require. It is not possible to change the future of our societies if we are not capable of changing our past, such as it is. We've been lied to. That is why it is important to have meetings such as these, where we start planting the seed of the quest to rebuild our history. Uh, a proposal, let's begin, all of us, to build the school of history of the new world. It's not only about just a story, it's about inhabiting a new history. If we're able to inhabit this new history, if we're able to feel it, if we're able to caress it, if we're able to disseminate it, if we're able to enjoy every time we speak in Spanish, that we sing in Spanish, that we fall in love in Spanish, that we look at ourselves in the mirror in Spanish, we will do more science in Spanish. We will dream more literature in Spanish. I think that is the reason of being of this gathering, such a pleasant one, and thanks to CAF and thanks to the colleagues. Thank you, Carlos. We have come to the end of this meeting. I think that each panel member has emphasized on a particular aspect. I would like to conclude by reminding you that the Amphictyonic Congress was celebrated here in Panama. This is one of the many attempts, failed that is, to re-articulate that great process of political fragmentation that, in my opinion, but I will not expand on that, has not stopped yet. The Pan-Hispanic world, the big Spanish monarchy, exploded from its center, that was Spain, and it projected that outburst, and that uh, has continued in time, that big bang, and we've made an ostrich-like effort that has been successful. We have not understood it, and we have not reversed it. And forget about Spain, that's in Europe. We're talking about what happens here. I love that idea of the new world. I share it 100%. That is, the new world is not the Americas. The new world is a world that is born when we discovered America, because there's a new world. And that new world affects Europe, Asia, and planet Earth as a whole. That is repositioned in a matter of 25, 30 years, was measured, and since then has not changed its measured. The continents were located and none has moved since then. And we knew that we could go by sea practically everywhere, and that knowledge that Juan Sebastián del Cano brought to Spain with his small ship changed the history of economy forever. And the economy of the world during a long time had this continent as the center. That was the access for trade in the Pacific, because all this story is very modern. It begins with a question: how can I trade with Asia, with China, if I'm in the Iberic Peninsula on the other tip, and the Turkish hindered the path from where merchandise flowed for centuries into Europe? This is the core of the issue. The rest is just hurdles our forefathers stepped across along the way. Can you see the similarities that can amaze us? We have the story of the planet with the silence of many centuries that links directly to the present world, whose geopolitical changes in terms of Asia, this American world is far more prepared to understand it than others that came later.
Cátedras del Nuevo Mundo, ese no saber qué pasó durante los siglos pasados nos inhabilita tanto como a otros para comprender algo como lo que he dicho yo al principio, porque hay tanta demanda de profesores en China que no podemos cubrir. Nos faltan cachos de historia, cachos de información, así dicho a lo bruto, fundamentales para poder, digamos, construir cómo era esta
that we're not disoriented now and in the future. And in this disorientation, we have low self esteem, lack of confidence, and to be unable to have this public private collaboration. This is where we have to talk about that public private partnership that allows us to have a leadership, and that not leads our language empty, managed by no one, not knowing where to position it in the true space where it should be, because it's the second most important one. However, just by means of data, it doesn't even have a decent position amongst organizations. That's our task. It benefits us all. It's no particularity of left or white. It affects the Pan-Hispanic community as a whole. With that comment to the Amphictyonic Congress, with the fact that it happened and that it failed, reflections on why it failed, very important to do this reflection. This is not the space. I will conclude. Two literary points. Mr. Andres Bello, Venezuelan. We owe him the grammar of the language that maintained the language united here and there. Here and there. And if he was successful beyond all odds, we're all traveling in this spacious vessel, thanks to the fact that this man, as poor as a rat during most of his life, understood that was a strategic advantage. It was a disgrace to lose what had occurred, and it was formidable that the new republics were as they were, big or small, to have a common language. That on one hand.
Someone was singing using the decima or espinela because Vicente Espinel, the creator of that musical form, was from Malaga. And next year, there will be a commemoration of his birth. I'm hoping that there's an official commemoration, but I don't think there's a lot of desire to do it. But this style, the decima, in Spain, in Latin America, it has been fundamental. Even in Brazil, wherever you have the decima, wherever this spectacular tradition is practiced, when people start conversing, debating each other using this poetic musical form. Many people don't know that this form was created by a gentleman who lived way up in the mountains. Can't remember which one, but he traveled throughout the world with this linguistic metric structure, which was fantastic. And it incorporated high culture, university studies, and it was slowly adapted to be brought down to the popular level. Even in the south of Chile, then it traversed the continent, made its way to New York, and there are even musical reviews which use this musical form. And we also see Andres Bello, who left us that wonderful grammar manual, who left us legal collections that compiled the legal frameworks of the young Latin American nations at that
que crear que no hay que hacer un esfuerzo para producir algo que no exista, pero que podría existir. No, existe ya. Y con todo eso que tenemos, a ver si conseguimos en una chuchón, ¿vale? Iniciativa público-privada, este es el sitio, empujar para que haya ese liderazgo que necesitamos transversal, sin partidismo ni de derecha ni de izquierda, a encontrar un rumbo que nos posicione mejor en este momento fluido, fluidísimo, de conflicto geopolítico, que las grandes crisis son también grandes oportunidades. Y invito a cada uno de mis
opportunities ahead of us, and I do invite each one of my wonderful panelists to summarize in one phrase what they consider the strongest idea that we should end on. And I will stop here. And before we end, I want to thank them. And I also want to tell Mr. Pablo Salazar, our guardian angel, he allowed us to have this opportunity to speak about topics which affect us all. I thank him for that, and I wish for this opportunity to be continuous because the idea of unity is always great. Gentlemen, you have the floor. Well, I was hoping for a second round and I stopped, but it is true that there are many relations between the various Latin American universities. There's a lot of great research, great talent, many academic agreements, but I think we need less agreements and more structure, more architecture, more leadership when it comes to the Spanish language. Mestizaje, because we're all mestizos. That is what is Spanish. It is synonymous with integration. We are mestizos. We are Hispanic, and we should have as our life's purpose to become integrated with As I said, the integration sought by several international agreements, we should pursue this goal to improve the quality of life of our populations. And yes, to speak in Spanish, to sing in Spanish, to conduct scientific research in Spanish, to create literature in Spanish, to dance, because you can dance in Spanish, to produce films in Spanish, theater in Spanish. These are not just cultural doors. These are not only signs of the identity that unites us, but these are also geopolitical weapons. Let us use these geopolitical weapons to become stronger. If we understand that we were the new world, we shall be able to understand that we are the new world. And we only have one destiny, one fate befitting us, which is to continue contributing and building a new world. So let us live with our own identity. Thank you very much to all of you for attending. Good night to all. Thank you, panelists. We will proceed to have the panel picture taken. And then to remind you, registration for tomorrow's plenary session start at 7:45. The agenda is available on the CAF website, and presentations in this specific room will continue as of 2 p.m. And please, we still continue streaming in YouTube, social media, and please use the proper hashtag.